Everyone, and welcome to our special council meeting on January 16th to be called to order at 2 p.m. May I have a mover, please? Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. I'll turn it over to Councillor Wilkinson for our territorial acknowledgement.
We have gathered in Wilmot Township on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Mississauga peoples, and we want to acknowledge the importance of the Dish with One Spoon Covenant, a peace agreement made between Indigenous nations before the Europeans arrived. It characterizes our collective responsibility to each other and Mother Earth, that we should take only what we need, leave enough for others, and keep the dish clean. By acknowledging this covenant and the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people, we are reminded of our important connection to this land where we live, learn, and work together as a community.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We do have additions to the agenda. Both of them are bylaws, and if I could have a mover and a seconder to adopt the agenda as presented. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest, councillors? Seeing none, we do not have any correspondence for today's meeting, and we will dive into our reports. So procedurally, I'll just quickly explain. We will get the main motion budget on the floor, and then we will be going down into detail through each section and can make amendments as we go along. And our clerk has very kindly portioned every part out, so I will be telling you the page numbers as we go along, and we will proceed that way. So if we can get the main motion on the floor, if I could have a mover, please. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. And we will now move on to our base budget, which can be found on page 2 of the draft budget package. This includes all the adjustments to represent the impacts of the year-over-year changes in cost of compensation, goods and services, and increases in revenue from user fees and charges. So before we start going into those one by one, does any council member have any overarching questions for information before we get into each department's specific operating budget? And it's okay if you think of it later on. We can address those as those come along, just giving the opportunity now. Okay, not seeing any. We will start with page 14, which is Mayor and Council's operating budgets. I am going to pull up Councillor Dunstall's motion 8.1, her notice of motion regarding the Office of the CAO and Mayor and Council staffing resources as it pertains to the operating budget. Councillor Dunstall, if you do have any comments that you want to add beyond the whereases, everyone has seen the motion, and I will just remind Council, this is speaking solely about the FTE role, not about anyone that is affiliated to the role. And so, Councillor, did you have any comments that you wanted to add beyond your motion? Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I know that we face tough decisions, but one that reflects our responsibility to the people that we serve. This is about leadership, fairness, and accountability. Our township is facing real financial challenges, and we must make choices that show we're serious about managing our resources wisely. By eliminating this expense, we save $118,340, almost 1% tax rate impact. This is about focusing on what's essential and making sure we're not asking more from residents than we're willing to do ourselves. This decision is about leading by example. It's a way to show that we're listening, we understand the challenges people are facing, and we're prepared to act responsibly. I ask for your support. Let's make hard but necessary choices to put our community first. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to assume that we can go to the vote on this as, oh sorry, we would need a seconder before we can actually go to the vote. Seconded by Councillor Martin.
Can I ask for a recorded vote?
Yes, we can do a recorded vote. Are there, yes, again, just because of this situation, I would assume that everyone already knows how they're going to vote, having gotten this in advance. Is anyone really opposed to that and have a question or a comment that they needed to make? Okay, seeing none, I will call on the clerk for the recorded vote.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen. Councillor Cressman.
I'm in favor of this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson.
Opposed?
Councillor Sadhu.
Opposed.
Councillor Dunstall.
In favor.
Councillor Martin.
In favor.
Mayor Salonen.
Opposed. And that is defeated.
Thank you.
Continuing on page 14 to the remainder of Mayor's and Council's operating budget, are there any additional questions or comments on this or amendments that anybody wants to make to this section? I'm not seeing any. Okay. Not seeing any, we will move on to page 16, and that is the Office of the CAO operating budget. Does council have any questions or comments or amendments there that they would like to see? Okay, I'm not. Councillor Wilkinson, do you have a question? We can change the process if it's not working for people. Like this is,
Through the chair, more so I think a comment. The process, I mean, in theory is fine, but I think from my perspective, there's still a lot of information to process, and there's some things that were even just submitted yesterday, almost 23 hours in advance of the meeting. So personally, I was hoping that we were coming in maybe receiving more information, receiving more analysis, and more to go off of than just us relying to make the amendments. I mean, if we want to get into that, I suppose we can, but my hope is today here that we walk away with more information, personally.
That's perfectly fine. Do you have explicit questions for additional information or an area of analysis that you wanted explained from information that we received yesterday? I'm just looking for a starting point to get the mark.
Through the chair, I'm going to shelve that and come back to you if that's all right. Yeah, excellent.
Yep, that's okay. And again, at any point throughout this process, anyone can chime in with larger overarching questions, but we'll go to Councillor Cressman and then Dunstall after.
Through you, Mayor, to Acting CAO Clark. When I look at, I've done this in a number of cases, I've looked at the budget change in compensation and looked at budget change as a percentage. This is 4.458 on page 17 when expressed the change over 2024 budget. And just so I'm clear on what that represents, that's the COLA of 2.5, merit increases, and gapping to put them at the top of the of their gap. Have I got that interpreted properly?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that's correct. So we changed the methodology a little bit on the compensation this year, and that's really to reflect in those expense lines, if you're looking at the line-by-line budget, that the full expense of compensation, benefits, all those things are reflected in the budget, and then the gapping reflects the fact that not everybody's at the top of gap, at the top of there. We're going to have some vacancies, we're going to have some turnover, so it's an estimate of the difference between what full complement at full cost would cost us for an entire year and what budget is. So that incremental addition that you see there, and every department's slightly different because we also cleaned up a few things, because as you can imagine, some departments had more people closer to the top, other departments had more people lower to the bottom. So not everybody's adjustment is the same department by department, but what it does reflect is that step increases, merit increases for those who are still not at 100%, plus 2.5, plus any adjustments to our benefits or other, payroll taxes, those types of things are reflected in there as well.
Councillor Dunstall? No, that's okay. I'm just following my speakers list.
Through you, Mayor. I just wanted to double check, and I know that we've had this conversation, the methodology to start moving things over to specifically against costs of projects and that kind of stuff, that's new, which is why we see a reduction in some places, but then it's captured somewhere else, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, are you talking about the intercompany charges?
Yes. Yeah.
That's a little bit, that's not related to projects. That's related to the fact that certain services like wastewater, water, building, and cemetery rely on the corporation as a whole to provide other services. And so to do full cost accounting and full costing in terms of service delivery, we do those internal charges. Previous to last year, all those internal charges appeared in the individual departments as either revenues or expenses. Last year, for some reason, I don't really know the rationale, they were all scooped as a revenue in a corporate account, which then sort of misleads each department, because if a department, for example, finance, is heavy in doing water and wastewater billing, it doesn't reflect the fact that part of our cost is actually related to water and wastewater and not entirely tax borne. So putting it back to the departments gives you a better reflection of the tax impact of each department versus the total cost. So that's why it's all gone back. It's actually consistent with a practice up until last year. And like I say, I don't really know why it was changed last year.
Additional questions? Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I guess this question is about the process as well. So I take it we would go through this section, if we're looking at our binders, we're going through this section that has to do with I guess it's called the tax-supported operating budget, and then we would go through the specific capital and operating requests. So overall, we may not make any changes on this, or we might, but I guess what I'm thinking about in the end is what's that total percentage in terms of what we come up with. But I'm trying to understand the process. Then we go through this. Unless we're making changes, we accept it. And then would we be able to come back to it later if we wanted to? Or?
Yeah, so great question. So to clarify, we're going to go through the base budget, which is following through right now each of these departments. Then we're going to look at the one-time adjustment, discuss if there's questions, and then the operating gaps, where we will be pulling out each FTE proposal, for example, and going through each of those operating proposed expenses, and then going into the capital component as well, and going one at a time through each of those proposals. It slightly depends on where council goes, and if council brings forward different amendments or motions, if to that slightly changes direction. But you are still correct. We can go back if there's something later in the day that you realize, oh, actually, I did want to make an amendment or do want to make an amendment. We can absolutely go back. It won't be, the point of no return is essentially when we get to wherever we've made our decisions, and then you vote at the very end on the final budget motion would be really the only point of no return there. If that makes sense. Just one moment. Thank you. Acting CAO Clark did also mention that him and his team are taking an active tally of what adjustments we do make, so we can get updates throughout the day as well to see where we are at as we proceed along. All right. Any other questions on CAO operating budget from council? I do just have some questions of clarification, and they're coming out of the line by line on page 3 of the CAO's budget. I just want to understand for the training and development, the $14,400, is that only for the CAO on an annual basis, or does that include other staff members? It's page 3 of the line by line. Like halfway down.
Training and development. So, through Madam Mayor, to to council. So that would include conferences as well. So that would include AMO and Roma and training and development, and that would be for, in essence, because we do have a separate one for communications and HR that would not include communications and HR, so it would just be for the CAO and the admin position.
Okay, and do we know roughly how much the conferences cost? I know we generally go to 2 a year. If you don't have the number right now, you can get back to me after.
I can give you a quick reference, Madam Mayor. I know that we just booked AMO and rooms are about $2,000, and then the conference is, I believe, about another $800 to $1,000. So you're looking at about $3,000 per conference. So $6,000 for the 2, and then there could be transportation and incidentals. So probably at least half of that budget is just for those 2 conferences.
Okay, thank you. And then on the memberships line, which also exists in other budgets, I was curious if we could have a bit more of a breakdown of what those are. I know at one point, I think it was in the first budget, I had asked for what are we paying as a corporation more so for memberships. Like if we're paying into, I know at one point we were paying into the aggregate TAPMO, we were paying into, which is top aggregate producing municipalities. I'm wondering what memberships, and if council could maybe have those provided with the costing and review. This is more so just prompted by the question of memberships in the CAO's budget, but memberships throughout the corporation that we're paying for, as well as I believe that we might pay for some professional memberships as well for our staff, which are to me different than an opt-in kind of thing.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have the details in front of me in terms of what specific memberships. I do know that we have an OMAA, which is Ontario Municipal Administrators Association membership, as well as in terms of the aggregate and different associations, those would be more through corporate accounts unless they were specific to a department. So I know for finance we have GFOA and MFOA memberships. Caitlin has AMCTO. So typically it's a blend of those 2, like you say. There's memberships in organizations related to our professions, but also organizations related to the municipality and the industries that we operate in.
Is it possible that council could get information not on the staff memberships that we pay for their professional credentials, but on the corporation perspective?
Yep.
Thank you. And then one other item, it's the next in line on the line by line, the $25,000 for minor capital and one-time items. What exactly is that? Is that like the discretionary that council did last year, which then mid-year was split between council and the CAO? And like what would exactly fall into that?
To you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so that $25,000 was originally in the CAO as that minor capital. It's been split in half. So if you look down to contingency for 2025, it's $12,500, and then in the other half appears in the Mayor and Council's budget.
Okay, and what kind of expenditures? So it is actually only $2,500 or $12,500 in the CAOs, and then I guess just kind of expenditures that would include. I'm trying to figure out what minor capital would be coming out of CAO's office.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the $25,000 was the contingency that was approved by council.
Yep.
It just happened to get put into the minor capital line. This year it's been fixed. It's been put into a proper contingency line, so on the right-hand side,
yep.
And so there's nothing in minor capital. We didn't really have a contingency
Thank
line
you.
until this year.
Yep, no, that makes sense. Okay, thank you. Any other questions on CAO's budget at this time? Okay, not seeing any, then we will move along to page 18 of the regular budget book, and this is going into, just give me one moment to clarify here, because what my page 18 is different than what's showing up. All right. Sorry, there was a paging error here, so we're going to jump back to page 16. Our budget books were printed before the error was corrected. So we're looking at, in our budget books, it's page 16. If you're following along online, it's page 18. And it's the corporate services operating budget. If there are, you don't have it as a page 16 of 35? Our book is the error, so for you it should say page 16, and then the header should say Corporate Services Department. Yeah, that is where we are. I was just saying if you're following along online, it's page 18. Okay, so Corporate Services Department, if council has any questions or comments on that component. Okay, seeing none. On to page 18, Fire Services Department. Yes, Councillor Kretzmann.
Through you, Mayor, to Chief Leeson. I assume we have the opportunity to speak to the justification for the, I know you wrote a narrative about the about the 4 vehicles. Is this, if we approve this in this section, does that mean it happens automatically, or?
No, right now we're not actually approving anything. Right now I'm just giving an opportunity if there's more general questions, but we will get to those itemized later on in the agenda. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Chief Leeson, has there been any inspection done to the trucks? I know that we're looking at end of life or the amount of years that we've had them, but I'm just wondering, I know that there are specialized mechanics for fire trucks. Have we had anyone with that designation or knowledge take a look at our trucks that you're looking at replacing?
Through the Mayor, the fire apparatus are safetied annually as per MTO requirements, so they get a licensed mechanic who looks at these vehicles to make sure that they're fit to be on the road. And then we also get annual pump testing done by an emergency vehicle technician. Those are the EVTs that we speak of. And they in turn also look at some of the components of the vehicle to ensure that the health of the vehicle is in sound shape. What I need to make clear to council is that the fact that we maintain them is good, and I appreciate council providing the funds to do so, but the age of the vehicle is dictated by Fire Underwriter Survey, who in turn dictates insurance rates for our community. They have guidelines and recommendations out there already about vehicle age. I don't know, Madam Mayor, if we want to continue with this conversation now, or do we want to talk about that during capital, or I'm happy to talk about it now. I just want to make sure I'm not tying up time.
I'm happy to leave to your discretion, so if you want to go over it now, we can absolutely cover that component. Sure.
So I'll carry on then. So Fire Underwriter Survey makes it clear that a frontline fire apparatus must be no more than 15 years of age. Doesn't matter if it's got 1 kilometer on it, or 10,000 kilometers on it, or 100,000 kilometers on it. It doesn't matter if it does 1 call, or 50 calls, or 3,000 calls. There's other reasons, technical reasons why, but the fire apparatus are laden vehicles at all times, sitting, parked, ready to go 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So their chassis are loaded at all times. That's one of the reasons. There's many reasons why, and I did try to cover some of that in that document I produced for council's reading or viewing. So when we hit 15 years of age, we can keep the vehicle longer in reserve. We don't have to get rid of it. That's not where I'm heading with this. So for example, in the document I produced, I talked about our pumpers. So every 5 years we would buy a new pumper. When the first pumper was purchased, it's now 15 years old by the time we get to the third. It moves into reserve. So it stays for another 5 years for a total of 20, and then you can see how we stagger then every 5 years. The reserve vehicle then goes down into a Dundee for the last 5 years of its life for a total of 25 years. So those 3 pumpers will live their full life cycle. Once they reach 25 years of age, then the Fire Underwriters Survey no longer recognizes it as an operable vehicle. However, there are some rare conditions where you can keep the vehicle longer in certain circumstances, but it does get much more complicated when you get into that 25 to 30 year span. There are certain conditions where you can keep them for 30 years, but once it hits 30 years of age, you absolutely cannot keep it any longer. You're no longer recognized, and you're at risk of having FUS come into the community and downgrade us, and that we don't want to go down that road. An aerial vehicle, for example, which is our most expensive purchase, we don't even look at it until 20 years. And that's when we look at it now at 20 years of age. Is the vehicle good for the final 5 years? Aerial apparatus are incredibly technical. There's a lot of moving parts on them. We have to be very careful with them for firefighter safety and use. So once we get to that 20-year window, we would have a thorough review done by trained professionals to look at that vehicle and say, is it still sound mechanically? If it is, then we'll keep it, you know, for 5 more years at minimum. Our current aerial is already at 26 years of age. So we're already past that 25-year window, and we're moving between that 25 and 30-year window now. So we're in that area. The difficulty with our current aerial as well is that the company that built that truck went bankrupt in 2012. If we have a major component fail on that truck, we will not be able to repair it. The truck will be rendered out of service, and that's a little scary. Tankers are another vehicle where we don't look at them until they're at least 20 years of age. And then we start to look at, are they mechanically still fit? Can we keep them longer, et cetera, et cetera. The rescue trucks are our bread and butter trucks. They're the ones that get the highest miles. They're the ones that get used the most. They do medical calls, motor vehicle collisions. They get to all structure fires, et cetera, et cetera. They're a massive toolbox with a lot of equipment that we can use for a variety of uses. We have been typically taking those trucks out of service after 15 years because they are getting used the most. Again, council sets the level of service. I take direction from council. I'll provide you my recommendations, and then I'll take direction from council. If you want those vehicles to last 20 years, that's fine as well. We'll take your direction as you see fit. However, I always have to put that caveat out there that when we hit that 15-year mark, even on a rescue, there may be always that chance that we may run into a problem mechanically with those trucks because they do get used so much. But we're certainly willing to look at, you know, that 20-year window as well. When we get to 20 years on a rescue, I'd be very concerned at that point in time what the condition of that truck would be. And we haven't experienced that in Wilmot. It's been the practice of this township over the years that was what would occur typically with those vehicles.
Thank you. I did want to ask, you had mentioned at the beginning that it is inspected every year, correct? So would we be able to receive the last inspection report of the vehicles? Yes?
I could certainly, through you, Madam Mayor, I could certainly access the mechanical report. Yes, I can do that.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Any other questions about fire services at the moment? Again, we will be going through the individual capital requests later. Okay. I did just have one question, Chief. Looking at the KPIs on, it's my page 18. If you're looking at the other copy, it's page 20 if you're looking online. it just has the approved capital for 2022 through to 2024, and it's roughly $5.5 million. I'm just curious, has all of that been spent and all of those projects completed?
Yes, through the chair, yes.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other questions at this moment, on to, oh yes, Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to Chief Leeson. I was a little confused about some of the vehicles that were mentioned in the capital portion, saying they were approved in the 2024 budget, but they wanted to be bundled in the upcoming budget. So that's where my confusion regarding the answer to your last question. That's, I guess, just some clarity on that, please.
Duly noted, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor, you are correct. We chose to wait because of the sensitivity and the costs that we're experiencing. I've been talking to all the various truck vendors or the apparatus builders and have been clearly told, with no numbers, I don't know what the numbers look like, but I've been clearly told that if we bundle 4 fire apparatus, such are the ones that we're looking for, we are going to save some more money rather than going out with 2. So my goal was to come to council and say, we'll wait, we'll hold off, we'll go to the market using our proper procurement procedures and policies, and then try and, if I can save any more money, then that's beneficial to the taxpayer at the end of the day.
Councillor Stu.
Just one quick question on that. You said you waited to bundle it together, and then on the other hand, you were saying the cost of everything is going up year over year. Would that not negate any savings we could potentially have from last year to this year if the prices have gone up, or how much have they gone up on the equipment we're looking at?
Through you, Madam Mayor, because the trucks are taking 2 to 3 years to build, and the only major increase that would have occurred was the engine prices through Cummins, I should say. We were already behind the 8 ball on that, so that would not have cost us extra money. Would there have been a small savings potentially if we had have gone sooner? Maybe. I can't judge that. At worst, it'll be offset by bundling the trucks anyway. So I'm trying to find savings where I can. I'm doing the best I can with a very extremely, incredibly challenging, difficult market. As a fire chief, I've never experienced anything remotely close to what we're going through right now with everything. It is incredibly difficult.
Any other questions at this moment, councillors? Okay, on to council's page 22. If you're following along online, it's page 24, which is the community services operating budget. Are there any questions on this at the moment? I will start with one of my questions. It is on the line by line, and I'm just trying to find where it actually is referenced. But to Director Catania, it was about our parks. Spending is going down quite significantly from last year. I believe it's on page 50, if I made my notes correctly. Just give me one moment. I was trying to get ahead of our other questions here. Where? Sorry, I'm just trying to find it here. Might have to come back to that until I can find the exact line, but I had noted that there was a decrease in operational funding for our parks, which just seemed weird to me, but I'm trying to find it again. So we'll see if anybody else has another question, unless you know. Will do. Are there other questions at this moment in time, though, councillors? Okay. Development Services Operating Budget, which is page 26, I believe. For council, page 28, if you're following along online. Any questions? Not seeing any at this moment. All right. Imagining we're going to have quite a hearty discussion once we get into all of the individual items. The infrastructure operating budget, are there any other technical questions? Yes, Councillor Cressman.
This, through you, Mayor, to Director Molyneux, looking at the budget change in compensation when expressed over 2024 budget, 12.47 is what the percentage change is, and so were there some open positions there? Have you a number of junior hires and therefore gapping at the higher end? I'm just trying to think, that was the one I discovered most significantly different in terms.
Excuse me, through you, Mayor. So, yes, in 2024 we did have a number of vacancies, and we had positions filled and then vacated, and then we also had new positions that for a good portion of the year that were not filled, and had gone through hiring processes but were not filled. The change in number that you see is mostly due to three parts, and I would say the first is we did have a minor budgeting error last year in terms of the compensation piece, where some of the new positions were not loaded properly into the approved budget. We did also have grid movements and movements through for the staff that were associated with that department, and then we did also have a departmental shift in terms of where some positions were previously loaded and changed to this year to be in a different cost center.
Any other additional questions on that? Okay. Councillor Cressman.
This is kind of proving, I want to hear it again, on internal charges. I understand that last year we centered in on cemetery board and the number, of them that were carrying the cost unduly for services they were providing for other centers. You get free money one place to help a budget out and it costs you somewhere else. And so it's not, money's got to come from somewhere. So where's the offsetting charges that would reflect, I think you're showing, if I'm reading this properly, 594, that is from the work you do on projects that used to be done by the region, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor. So this is a reflection of associating costs for service with the appropriate cost center. And so when we have a capital program, that's something that when we have staff time associated with it, this reflects that change where we are recovering that money from capital. And as noted before, we've also shifted our process from what we used to do is consulting services and rely heavily on consulting services. That, of course, would flow directly through capital and we would see no operating recovery. Whereas now we are looking at an in-house design process, and this is what this recovery would reflect. It does also reflect some of the external recoveries from the region when we do projects with them, or if we have other recoveries in capital for boundary road works, this is a portion of that recovery component. When we look at, I guess, it's not just design, we do look at the process of construction inspection as well. And we did have that question, I think, a few weeks ago in terms of cost savings. And so when we look at using staffing resources, it's almost half the cost of what a consulting resource would cost. And this is the appropriate way, and I would say the industry way to track, we'll say, the operating effort that's needed.
Any other questions on this component? Councillor Dunstall?
I just want to double check. It looks like, I think there's about 26 projects here. It looks like 6 of them were deferred from last year. I'm just confirming that, correct? You probably don't have the exact number. I do. But there were, I will make it easy for you. There were capital projects in this year's budget that were deferred from last year or previous years, correct?
Through you, Mayor, yes. So when we, I guess, in the capital processes in previous years, if you do defer a project, we would typically try to push it a year out. And so, yeah, there were a number that were deferred last year that you should see in this year or possibly in 2026, depending on workload and what we can manage.
Perfect. Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I mean, in conversation here, discussing sort of having wages and cost recovery for projects, whether they be capital or region or wherever we happen to get them from, diverting that to go and pay wages, do we potentially leave ourselves open to trouble down the road if we say come up to a year when we're not working on a ton of capital projects or recouping some of those costs? Are we then leaving ourselves open to 4 years from now having to jack up an operating cost?
Through you, Mayor. So we are not entirely an in-house design resource. We do have to rely on consulting services for some of our work, partly because of the specialty need of some consulting services, but also because the workload maybe is of a scope or a scale above what we can provide in-house. And so our capital program is made up of a balance. Typically with, I guess, workload, if we do end up cutting back projects, there is a balance we can shift as well in terms of our reliance on some of those consulting efforts. And so we can adjust our work program in a year so that our staff are utilized on our projects and so that there's no downtime associated with our staffing complement, and we can completely utilize them in our project processes.
Yep, CAO Clerk.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So one other thing to remember too, when we're looking at these recoveries, it's not the entire 100% compensation package. It's a reflection of the percentage of work on those activities. So when you look at these recoveries, it's based on the fact that some employees might spend 50% of their time, 70%, 80%. So it's not good practice to simply say the whole position is recovered from capital because of the fact that you've raised about that there are fluctuations. So by recovering only a portion and focusing on their work hours, it does give us a better reflection of the work that's related to capital versus time off, sick time, training, development. Any of those things aren't captured in there. So we are giving a better reflection of the true activity that's driven by capital. And then to Jeff's point, if we shift more of that in-house during downtimes, we feel that we can accommodate that in that.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, this may be more appropriate when we look at capital items related through you, Mayor, on I&I, but I think if you add up our excess water and our wastewater, I think it's about $830,000. So I would imagine somewhere, where does that enter into the balance? I know they're phantom dollars because we have to pay, well, not phantom dollars, we have to pay for it, but where do we get credit for when we spend money to correct the problem? Yes, we have less charges from the region, but how do we take that into account in kind of cold hard cash when we look at some of these projects that we're faced with.
Through you, Mayor. So I guess just specific to the I&I work and the money that essentially is, we'll say, wasted with the current system and how it operates. And so when we look at, I guess, a level of effort to get ahead of it, and when we do see some return on investment, I&I is, first of all, it's ongoing and it's long-term work. It's not work that will ever go away. It's stuff that we can combat year after year, and we can certainly reduce the number, but it's not work that will ever go away. Your system's always going to shift, or it's going to crack, or there's going to be issues that have to be addressed, and so the staffing complement is needed to address those. Without, I guess, expanding staffing resources and investing up front in studies, that work can't be identified and it can't be known. It's just going to happen, and it's going to continue to occur. When we look at return on investment, again, it's probably an ongoing process, but we've been studying I&I and trying to get work programs in place for close to 5 years. That took a report, we took a report to you this past year, and so we're looking to gain traction on the actual work this year. When we see return on investment, probably won't be another between 2 to 5 years, I would suggest, when we're going to start to see that come into place. So it is long-term work, and it's stuff that is continually ongoing, but we need that investment certainly up front and through the early stages and through the life of I&I work. And again, it won't be 100% cost recovery. There are costs, like I said, studying and research to investigate, and then there's also costs, capital costs that are required to address the work as well.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, my...
Oh, she got her mic on.
Through the chair, my question was more so related to, I guess, I understand what you're suggesting and saying that there's always going to be work that needs to be done, and you can always adjust internally and start looking at what the spend is on consultants versus in-house work and try and balance things out in that perspective. I'm wondering if, in addition, and this could build on the mayor's request for a 10-year capital plan, but I'm thinking out loud and wondering if building into that 10-year capital forecast, we can somehow get data that would suggest where these numbers may shift in the future. I realize it's difficult, especially with the I&I stuff, because some of it can just pop up at random, but sort of looking ahead to say, this is where the fluctuation might be, and can you identify potential areas where we may have to see an operating number increase in order to cover off some of those wages? And is that agreeable, doable?
Through you, Mayor. So my sense is you're looking for, if we're going to have to fluctuate in terms of staffing long-term down the road, in addition to capital costs as well. And so we can typically, within a 2 to 3 year window, it's something that we can easily estimate. Once we get to the 3 to 10 and beyond, it does become a bit more challenging, but we can certainly throw some, we'll say, high-level anecdotal numbers of what we see, in terms of what's needed to support the capital program.
And Councillor, I just note, if you do want to bring something like that forward, that would be an amendment once we get to that motion, just on a procedural basis. Any other questions at this juncture, councillors? Okay. On to page 34. I have here for the corporate accounts. Are there any questions? I'll start with mine. CAO Clark, I'm just wondering, for Inova, it was my understanding that the 2025 income is still the guaranteed dividend amount, and it's not until 2026, based off of the 2025 revenues from Inova, that we're actually seeing a change in the dividends that we receive. So I guess I'm just wondering why there's a decrease suggested for the 2025 budget on the Inova dividends.
So to you, Madam Mayor, the Innova dividend is not being adjusted here. This is income from the interest that we earn on our reserves. So related to that one-time adjustment where we're keeping all of our investment income and operating, we should be putting capital. Yes, you're right. Innova, as far as I am aware, is going to continue the same in 25, and 26 could see a reduction.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that clarity, Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to you, Mayor, about Innova, because I did see that significant drop in dividends and was wondering why that was the case.
Absolutely, happy to provide that. So Innova, when it was merged between Kitchener, Wilmot Hydro, and North Waterloo Hydro, part of the agreement actually had for the first 5 years pre-established dividends based off of each stakeholder's essentially ownership in. So those were agreed upon terms prior to our council, and so it was the past mayor who was on the board at that point. So those are already pre-established, including the income this year is pre-established based off that. It's the following subsequent years afterwards, is based off of Innova's income, essentially, and it's a percentage off of that. So, knock on wood, but Innova's anticipating that we will see our income continue to go upwards, kind of having a monopoly on power in this area, but it will fluctuate based off of those. We will see our dividends no longer be a guaranteed amount going forward.
Just one follow-up. I was worried that Waterloo North Hydro, we had merged with a bit of a slacker. And since my late father-in-law used to be a superintendent there, he never portrayed it in that light.
Well, I can say certainly my time on the board, I think Innova's doing a really great job, and we're certainly a leader in the field and punching far above our weight, I would say, for our size. But yes, I can appreciate the comment. Thank you. Any other questions on the corporate accounts right now, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to CFO Clark, can you just refresh our memory? I know there was a new strategy taken regarding debt. This number almost suggests that it's been eliminated, but I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you're looking at funding it from capital. Can you just provide more insight, please?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. The memo that I shared, I think it was last week, around debt that the mayor had asked about, reflects some of this in that my experience and my practice has been that because debt is a financing mechanism and not a funding mechanism, so it finances capital expenditures, that capital itself should pay for that debt. So in essence, you're using your reserves to pay for your debt servicing because you're allowing the reserve to borrow to move a project ahead, so then it ties it more clearly to who is actually driving that debt usage. So whether it's tax, water, wastewater, we had been recovering from those non-tax portions to recover against the debt, so our total debt servicing is much higher than that, and we'd already been recovering for DCs and any water, wastewater. This just takes it to that next step, or even tax, and everything is being recovered. So our debt expense has not gone away, so if you were to look at the line-by-line items, you'll see that all of our debt expenses are there, and we'll be reporting on those. It's just there's an offsetting recovery equal to those payments coming from the appropriate funding source.
Any additional questions on this component, councillors? Okay. Seeing none, so I guess at this point, I'll ask, are there any areas in the operating that people have amendments that they would like to see? Again, this is separate from the proposed positions. Or from any capital asks. But if there are amendments or questions, that is also completely allowed if it's questions for more information. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. Through the chair. Well, not the most popular topic in the world. I'm looking cumulatively at the compensation component, which makes up 4.03% of the base budget. I realize there are a variety of areas where it's increased. I don't know if this is something where we have to potentially delve into close to have this conversation. However, I'm looking at having that conversation and potentially looking at a reduction.
Absolutely. So, and I might turn to the clerk for clarification, but I will, or for reaffirming that I explained it properly. But in terms of open, if it's, for example, a percentage that you would like to change, the COLA assumption that has been used in the budget, which was 2.5%, you can put forward a percentage. We can discuss. It's as soon as it crosses into labor negotiations. So when we're talking about not just the percentage, but, you know, is it getting into more personal comments, I suppose, about why or rationales kind of is when it goes into a closed conversation. So if it's simply somebody wants to propose a different COLA number that we use, we are absolutely no problem able to stay in open. I would just say really watching your comments, or if you have comments or questions that you think are really bordering into closed territory, then we can go into closed, have that discussion, but it will happen in open that we do the vote on the percentage amount. Okay, so we'll go to Councillor Dunstall and then Councillor Cressman.
I just want to make sure, are we discussing the compensation at this point then?
We can right now. Councillor Wilkinson hasn't actually brought an amendment. I think he's just put intent for wanting to have a conversation, but if anybody wants to bring forward an amendment to
I did want to make comments. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. I did want to mention that we've lost 20 people have quit since 2023. This is a critical issue for us. There are roughly 25 nearby municipalities that our employees could get jobs at. Of the 25, they all enjoy unionized benefits. We are the only municipality that is non-unionized. Replacing employees costs a lot of money. And according to research from LinkedIn and other industry sources, employees can cost 30 to 50% of their annual salary for a lower level, mid-level 150%, and specialized roles 400% of their salary to get them up and running, which includes onboarding, training, and the loss of productivity that occurs during transitions. I've heard many times that we want a cultural change, and that means that we have to have good employees. And when there are 25 other options for our employees to go find employment, it typically is incestual when you're looking at an industry, so it would make sense that our municipal employees would go elsewhere to other municipalities, and I think we have to be very careful of that. Thank you.
Councillor Cressman?
Can we have a breakdown of that 4.03? We know the COLA, how much of it is gapping and how much of it is merit increase, so we can see the different components of that 4.03. It would be helpful from my perspective. I mean, that could be something to be supplied or whatever.
Just giving staff a moment to get that information for you.
Just through you, Mayor, just as an aside, I really see the benefits of gapping and the benefits that that brings in creating a budget, because you don't have to worry about people and where they sit on the grid or what their actual salary is. You just keep budgeting on the maximum payable for that position, and so it's a constant year over year with, you know, and then you add your COLA to it.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just got to find out my calculator here. So the impact of COLA is around $257,000 for the tax-supported portion, which is about 2.11. So of that 4.03, 2.11 is COLA, and then the balance would be grid adjustments, and as Jeff mentioned, a few minor budget corrections, as well as increases in any of our payroll taxes, benefits, anything like that, which were very minor. Our benefits actually stayed very stable this year. So,
Sorry, can you just repeat those numbers again, please?
Sorry. So the COLA portion for tax-supported budget is about $257,000 at the 2.5%, and that equates to about a 2.11% increase in the tax rate. The balance of that 4.03, so quick math, 1.8 something, is step increases, so grid movement, as well as some minor adjustments for payroll taxes, benefits, and some minor corrections to grids or original positions added in 2024 not being properly input.
We'll do follow-up for Councillor Cressman and then Councillor Wilkinson.
Just so I'm clear, there's no gapping in that 403 then?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, no, the gapping is included as an offset. So what you'll see is the full budget for the full position is in at the budget, and then the gapping takes it out. So when you consider that net, the net zero, so that increase is honestly, or not honestly, is reflective of what our expected compensation actuals will be this year. So,
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'm curious if we can get a breakdown on the number of employees. It was just quoted as 20 had quit or left. I'm curious how many we've rehired. I'm curious how many we've potentially looked at maybe maintaining the attrition and letting that position go. I'm also looking at what the cost savings were on the 2024 budget on that. So it would be nice if we could get a breakdown on that actual movement of the employees.
through you, Madam Mayor, we can do that. Is there a time that you'd like that to come back at?
Through the chair, I'd be looking to get that before we approve the budget.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's a part of year-end reporting, and I guess I'd have a follow-up question to what the attrition piece is not really relevant, as we've explained before. We have a bare bones operation with staffing, and so we need all the positions we have. Attrition, unless we get direction from council, is not something that's on the agenda. And then any cost savings in terms of 2024 has no impact to the 2025 budget, in that falls to the bottom line. 1 year surplus or deficit doesn't impact the next year's budget.
So through the chair, in one of our previous conversations, one of the things that we asked for, and maybe it should have been formalized, but one of the things we asked for was a breakdown of costs by service. And one of the things I would presume would be included in that is when you look at the service, you look at the staffing, you look at the costs. Is that information readily available or going to be provided today at all?
So through you, Madam Mayor, if council gives us direction, as we discussed at the meeting, that information is not readily available in any way, shape, or form for us to pull it out and provide it for this budget. If council wants us to work to developing that level of budgeting, we can incorporate that into our work plan for 2025, and we've had discussions about bringing back in Q3 a report to council on our progress, on how we're progressing on that. It's a multi-year endeavor to get to that point, given that we would require a new ERP system, a new chart of accounts, revised methodology, revised breakdown of business units, revised processes around capture of costing. So it would take a fair bit of effort to get that work. And I think that's, it's definitely something we want to achieve, and if council has a time frame that they'd like to see that, we're open to that suggestion.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I understand what you're suggesting, and obviously an implementation of an ERP will lead to a lot of those efficiencies in that data collection and breakdown. But I think it's fair to say when we look at how long it takes to implement an ERP and you're running concurrent systems and you're managing that product, it can take potentially 2 years, right? It's a long way off. I think more so what I'm suggesting here is that even at a base point, I mean, we should be able to look internally at what we're producing in our GL printouts and maybe have some estimation on that. But ultimately what I'm getting at here is, like, yes, there's a COLA proposal on the table, and we're looking at, there's no way for us to truly break down, or what I'm hearing is that there's no way for us to break down what the cost of some of our programs are. There's no way to really estimate what the cost of losing or adding employees has been. We don't have a number, or at least the data to say, okay, we've lost 20 employees since 2023. I'm curious to know where we got that from. What is it at now? Have we replaced those people? And what I'm getting at is when I hear from the public, and we heard loud and clear in this chamber as well as externally, and we've seen it in emails, is that the public who fund this are they're not happy with looking at a COLA increase, or they're not happy with looking at some of these grid adjustments. Some of them may have to happen, some of them may be warranted, there's no doubt about that, but I'm hoping that we can have a more robust conversation around what our public are asking us to do, which is to, in my estimation, the vast majority are saying, don't put a COLA forward. So I'm willing to have that conversation. And you know what, I'll throw an amendment out there. At this point, I'm putting forward a motion to wipe the COLA from this budget.
Okay, so there would need to be a seconder for that. Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Right now, conversation on the amendment as proposed. Councillor Dunstall.
I'm in opposition of this amendment. I find it very hypocritical for this council, who had an opportunity to share in the burden by eliminating a full-time position.
Councillor Dunstall, a decision's already been made on that item.
What I'm saying is that it is not lost on me that we're asking others to share a burden that we don't. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Councillor Sadhu.
Sorry, I just want to quickly chime in here. As far as sharing the burden, we've been on council for, I believe, 2 years now. We haven't had an increase. We voted that down twice. Ultimately, what my colleague here is asking for is, we've had COLA increases year over year over year. I don't know about the general public, but during COVID and during these times, I don't know if many people got increases year over year. I believe last year was in the 4% range, if I'm not mistaken.
There was a grid adjustment.
Grid adjustment
like a complete,
plus a COLA.
Plus a COLA, yeah. So,
but it wasn't 4%, I don't believe. But anyways.
Yeah, so basically what I'm saying is, I understand that it cannot be, like, we're not going to eliminate the entire tax increase just by this, but we are in a difficult situation, and I wouldn't be doing my citizens any justice if I didn't have this conversation and bring it forward, because I did hear it time and time again. This is not to say this is set in stone forever, but we are in difficult times right now, and we are facing a substantial increase, so we need to look at everything.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder for COLA for this year's budget to go to 0%. Councillor Dunstall.
And just to make sure I understand what the motion is, it was for the COLA portion, which was 2.5, not the rest of it, correct?
Yep, that's correct. It's just for the COLA portion. I'll call the vote. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crestman has a comment.
I move this be deferred till such time as we've completed the full debate on the budget, and I'm prepared to pass that put that forward as a motion, so we can see what other cuts we are able to make.
Okay, so now we have a motion for deferral on the floor. I would need a seconder for that motion to defer. That's Councillor Wilkinson has seconded that. We can only talk about time and place. Time and place has been identified as the time that we get through all the other budget items. Does anybody have any issues with the time or place of that? See, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just to clarify what we're suggesting here, and just for the general public, is that this conversation will be had after we've gone through the remainder of the budget. So essentially,
correct.
Take the start, move it to the end,
correct.
Circle back.
Exactly.
Very good.
Yep. Okay, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Any other amendments at this point in time on the operating budget, or questions or additional information requests? Okay. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, there's a number of times, and again, I'm looking at this holistically as opposed to department by department, but perhaps it would be wise to maybe ask each department. But when we're looking at the budget, there are some areas where we see reduction in operating expenses or goods and services, and there are some where we see an increase. If agreeable, I'd like to see a breakdown and justification on each of those departments. So for instance, if you're looking at where you're seeing these increases in your costs, or whether it be materials or goods, I'd like to see the breakdown to suggest where we're getting that number from, as opposed to just sort of a blanket increase based on inflation. So what I'm moving here, or what I'm suggesting, is a motion to get a variance analysis on those increases to show that the funds being requested are justified based on actual research and costs, to show that these pieces are increasing or decreasing.
Through you, Madam Mayor, are you looking for that for 2025 or for next year's budget?
Through the chair, I'm looking at this budget.
Then my response would be, if council approves that motion, then we would have to pause and come back at some later time in a month or 2 or 3 with a follow-up on the budget.
Through the chair, would it not be, could we not continue on with, say, the gapping request as well as the capital in this case, but come back to the operating later on?
Yeah, we could continue to go through those positions for sure. What I'm meaning is, in terms of approval of the final operating budget, would be deferred by a couple of months if that was the direction.
Through the chair, I realize that may be extreme, and I think we owe it to the public, and at least to do our due diligence to see it through, that we get all the accurate information. I mean, I know that there's anticipation to get this done this meeting or potentially at the end of the month, but I mean, this is a big task, and it's a big number. So I'm looking at it. If it takes until March, I mean, I hope it doesn't, but if it does, I know I'm prepared to go down that path. I don't know if there's appetite amongst my colleagues.
Okay, so that you have moved that as a motion, correct? Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Comments or questions on this particular motion? Councillor Dunstall?
Sorry, through you, Mayor, can you repeat the motion, please?
So I will look to Clerk Bunn here to clarify that she has captured what Councillor Wilkinson has asked for.
Thank you, Mayor Salonen, and Councillor Wilkinson. If I missed anything, just cut in. So that staff be directed to provide a variance report for the department-specific operating budget changes year over year from 2024 to 2025.
Through the chair, I believe that to be correct, and I'll just give you an example. I'm not picking on community services by any means. However, the page I have open, seeing an increase of $155,000 in operating expenses. I'd like to see that broken down. That's all.
Okay. Any comments or questions on this particular motion? Seeing none. Oh, yes. He's going to wait to see what happens on council's direction, and then there may be a follow-up question. Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I guess, I mean, it's something that I would be interested at a high level. I don't think I'm looking at it at, in specifics, but to the second decimal place or anything. But I think if we could provide a level of perspective on where the increases are based, I think it would help us all improve our confidence in the numbers we're looking at. So I realize good decisions require good information, and as such, I think I will look to support this motion.
Okay, good. Any other questions or comments on the motion before us? Seeing none, yeah, I will just add in my 2 cents. I would also agree very much, Councillor Cressman, you're kind of thinking along my same line, very much high level. And And for me, part of this was flipping through, certainly on the general ledger, I was surprised that a lot of the building maintenance is the exact same number year over year, same as hydro charges, natural gas, and I just want to understand a little bit more on that, but by no means am I looking, personally, when I vote in favor of this, by no means am I looking for in-depth, super detailed explanations, just a general overview. Yes.
Through you, Madam Mayor, so as the motion stands, my view of it is that the line-by-line budget you have provides the 24 to 25 variance. Because the motion doesn't actually ask for what level of detail you want. So what justification do you want? Where do you want additional? So we need some direction to be.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I think what I'm hearing here, and I'm in agreement, we don't need to see a full variance report of every line item in every GL, but perhaps if you're looking at each department, look at the GL and look at, say, okay, if you're getting an increase of 155,000, again, not picking on community services here in particular, but what's driving that number? Where have we seen some areas that we've seen a reduction in costs or efficiencies? What is driving that number forward and up? I mean, if we're seeing an increase in costs, there's no doubt that there's inflation out there, but can we be more specific to show what particular pieces are you now facing that is driving these costs forward? And potentially it could be a 1 or 2 page report, yes, and even a cost comparison, but by department. I don't think we need a full variance analysis of every line item and every dollar spent over the last year, but rather just what's driving these numbers forward, because we're seeing obviously a component of the increase as well is inflation on goods and services. Is that clear?
Yes.
Through Madam Mayor, so in essence what you're asking for is the indexing of goods and services, which is currently $130,000. You want a breakdown of what that is across the entire organization.
Through the chair, there's that, but more specifically by department, where are we saving money, where are we spending money? Essentially, yes. I mean, are there other opportunities that maybe by going through this exercise we identified additional cost savings?
Okay. Just give me one moment to consult with the clerk that we have appropriate wording that clarifies that direction. Give us one more moment here to get the wording correct, unless the mover has suggested wording to give that a no. Okay. Okay, so what I'm being advised by staff is perhaps to look at a dollar amount that would trigger them giving information on the variance so that they have a target of what they're, because as we said, we don't necessarily want each line by line item. So is there a dollar variance amount that you're looking for to provide clarity, or a grouping of services that you want to have rationale for? Yes, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, that would be difficult to sort of come up with off the top of my head. I'm wondering if potentially we could take a brief recess and I could crunch that, or we can come back to this.
One moment, because I've asked if we can do a recess, but we have a motion on the floor, so just give one moment for us to clarify. So if you technically withdraw your motion, we can recess, you can get the wording together, then bring forward the motion after. It's just a procedural matter, not to...
I'm in agreement on that.
Okay, so the motion has been withdrawn. I would just need a mover and a seconder to take a recess at this time. Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor, that carries unanimously. Looking for a motion to reconvene at 3:35. Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favour? That carries unanimously. I will go right to Councillor Wilkinson. I believe you have a motion to bring forward.
Thank you. Through the chair, and thank you to staff for insight and input into this. So I so move that a motion be brought forward that council directs staff to bring back department-specific variance reports highlighting key changes year over year from 2024 to 2025, not inclusive of compensation.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Wilkinson. May I have a seconder, please? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any comments or questions? I know we've kind of had a conversation about it a little bit already. Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. Are there any other, at this point in time, amendments to the base budget or questions to the base budget that council has before we start discussing the one-time adjustments? Okay, seeing none. We will move along to the one-time adjustments, which can be found starting on page 3. I know we're backtracking a little bit on the draft budget book here. I guess I'm just going to ask, are there any questions or comments on this? I think it's pretty explanatory that the one-time adjustments are really just to change some of our budgeting practices and make up for errors in the past, but it is on the agenda should anybody have explicit questions about it. Okay, seeing none, now we will jump into the operating gap requests. And the operating gap request can be found starting on page 5 of the draft budget here. So I'm just going to go through essentially item by item. We'll start with the senior urban forester. Right now it is included in the base budget, so if somebody would like to see that removed, it would have a 1.12% tax impact. Now would be the time, or if they have amendments on phase-in perhaps. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, and hopefully this will be satisfactory to Clerk Boz, but so move to remove from the budget?
Mm-hmm. That will be the correct wording. So moved by Councillor Wilkinson. Is there a seconder to remove this item? Seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any comments or questions? Councillor Martin.
So just to clarify, if we remove this from the budget, then we would not have this position. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, even though we have put a motion on the floor, this is a matter of point of procedure, even though we put a motion on the floor, can we still discuss potentially some questions surrounding this and the services required? Excellent, okay. So through the chair, I'm curious, I know that this is obviously being requested for an internal resource that would be dedicated to this, but I'm curious if the comparison was made or if we have insight into what it maybe costs us to hire external firms to do the assessments and then give us a list of work. I mean, is this a practice that we're currently undertaking?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, and to Councillor Wilkinson, this practice is, I like using the term from one of my colleagues here at the corner of the desk, our parks facility techs who are not certified in necessarily not just assessing trees, like they're not arborists, and they tree removal, depending on the size of the tree, can be hazardous in a way. So we would have to contract that out. We haven't done an analysis when it comes to our contracted services. That's something that when we look at some real risk that they are taking out of our contracted services budget depending on the GL and the park that they're in. And like I said, at this point in time, it's just the existing staff complement that we have that are just performing. You know, sometimes they'll take a tree down in the middle of, Smith Woods or whatever else near a trail and then just leave it. So this is more of an operational sort of gap request that we've requested basically coming out of the tree canopy study. And we know that with our aging and mature trees, there are hazards out there, and we're finding that forestry piece is needed. But again, up to council on their decision on the 2025 budget.
Councillor Wilkinson and then Councillor Cressman.
Through the chair, Do we have mechanisms in place right now where, I realize that not everybody's an arborist or would have expertise in trees, but do we have mechanisms in place now where a member of the public could call in and say, look, we got a problem here with XYZ tree? Is it fair to say that we would then assign someone to go and investigate that work or look into any potential issues?
Through you, Mayor Sutton, Councillor Wilkins, that's correct. We are more in reactive mode where we do rely on the public to provide that. I mean, if we see that, then we can definitely address it, but this position would be more proactive in trying to address that situation.
And Councillor Cressman?
Through you, Mayor, to both Director Catania and Director Molyneux. I've got 50 acres of woodlot. I hire a forester to come in and determine trees to harvest, trees that should be removed because they're dead, etc. Is somebody that, I used to call them lands and forests, but trained as somebody who is capable of marking trees, etc. Is this the skill set that we're looking for this, or is there another skill set?
Through you, Mayor Sutton, to Councillor Cressman, it is the skill set. I should also let you know with this position as an operating app request, this would be something we also be working with infrastructure services as well as street trees. So as much as we deal with the public realm, there'll be times too where we can do assessments, private property. Like we have some policies eventually over time we would like to put in place when it comes to tree preservation and certain bylaws that a lot of other communities have that are good practice.
Director Molyneux.
Through you, Mayor. So I guess in terms of street trees, we do carry contracted services for some street tree removals when they are a major tree and maybe in an urban setting or a more hazardous setting, we'll contract out that service. Typically though, with tree removals in the rural, we can get to it, as we say, corner of the desk when we have time, maybe through the winter months. That might be something that we can fit into the schedule. So that is something that, from a staffing perspective, we already have trained and qualified staff to remove trees. But this, I think, is more so a coordinated effort across departments. And so then there's other program elements, including assessments. I think that's what we'd be looking at with the senior urban forester, where instead of it being a reactive measure and someone calling in just to report a concern, that might be something that we can get ahead of a little bit. And again, it's also a recommendation from the tree canopy study.
Any other questions or comments, councillors, at this time? Okay, I guess I just have a question of clarification. Would you be looking for this suggestion to come back at the 2026 budget should this be turned down? It's okay if not, and I mean, of course, staff can always bring it back. I'm just curious as we go through these, kind of all of the motions proceeding.
Through the chair, is that question directed at me?
I'm asking you as the mover of the motion.
So through the chair, I think at this time, I mean, if staff feel so inclined to want to bring this back in the future, I'm not suggesting that they should or shouldn't. I think just looking at this year and maybe looking at long term, the direction that we need to go with regards to budget and I guess financial health. I mean, at this point, I'm prepared to remove this from this budget and not have this conversation again. If it comes up again next year, we can have the conversation, but I'm viewing it simply through this year and then looking long term.
Yep, perfect. That's all the clarity I was looking for. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. So again, the motion before us is to remove the senior urban forester from the budget, so we would not be adding this level of service. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. We're now going to move along to the next one, which for councillors, keeping in mind this is under tab 2, are the actual operating request forms. Going on to the storm water management system maintenance. Do any councillors have amendments, comments, or questions for this particular request? Councillor Cressman?
Just through you, Mayor, could we just speak to the money where the money's coming from in this one? I'm always interested. Show me the money.
For sure. I would look, I'm assuming this is Director Molyneux.
Through you, Mayor, this is the stormwater management system maintenance. My assumption this is coming through the tax base. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking, but yeah, it would be fun. I think it's funded through the general tax.
That looks like it's a sufficient answer. Any other questions or comments on this one, Councillor? Just to keep in mind so that you understand the process, if people don't look to remove it, then that means that we're keeping it in the draft budget to be approved at the final. Okay, seeing no other amendments or comments on that, I would look to our next one, which is hard top maintenance. Any questions or comments on this particular one? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, maybe just a brief comment on this one and the other one for the benefit of public watching. I think while these are obviously operating budget increases that will be reflected in the tax levy, I think they're designed and laid out and justified in a way that we are looking to preserve our assets so as to not incur future massive capital costs. So good case in point for preventative maintenance, but that's the way I'm viewing the previous and this item.
Okay, good. Any other comments, questions, or amendments? Seeing none, I will move along to our next one, and that is the Economic Development and Tourism Officer. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'm wondering if I had actually already spoken with Director Krafka, because I wanted to originally propose this as a one-year contract. I think we have to start looking at long-term strategies, and adding an economic development role would increase our business tax base, which would reduce some of the burden on our residential taxpayers, create jobs. Financial crunches require proactive solutions, and an EDO can drive long-term growth, boost revenue, and secure grants. So I'm wondering if there's any appetite, and I know that 12 months may not be enough to, I think we need to start bringing in some revenue. We need to start bringing in some businesses to take some of the burden off of our taxpayers. So I'm asking, actually, first of all, Director Krafka, would there be a possible 2-year contract with some KPIs? Would you think that a 2-year contract would at least get us on a path where we could see the value of the position and see how it's moving our township forward?
Through you, Mayor Salomon. Certainly a contract's possible, without a doubt. The length of that contract, obviously, I think the longer the contract, the more attractive the position would be to an applicant. In terms of return on investment from that position, whether 1 year, certainly, I don't think you'd see a return on investment instantly. 2 years even is questionable. But, you know, certainly this is a position that has been included and discussed for many, many years, including the previous council. There's been a lot of talk about legislated duties and voluntary duties. This 100% is voluntary. There's no requirement that we have an economic development and tourism office. So from that context, I want to be clear. It's always been discussed. Certainly the Board of Trade, the Chamber of Commerce have always asked for a heightened responsibility. As referenced, it's a corner of the desk exercise. Right now we have 2 significant studies being completed. One is the Rural Investment Readiness Strategy by Waterloo EDC. Township's part of it, and local businesses are part of it. That's funded by the federal government through Waterloo EDC, and the region of Waterloo is working on the RED strategy, which is a Waterloo Region Economic Development Strategy. So certainly, as those documents are finalized in the next 6 months, there in theory is a need to implement. At the same time, there's no legislative requirement that we implement those studies. So I just want to be clear that this is a position that has merit, that can create value. At the same time, in a challenging budget year, from a staff perspective, certainly willing to delay it, with the understanding, though, that with that delay, we do not have the capacity to still treat it as if we created the position and magically we have the staff time to implement all of these external studies that are bombarding us with requests for meetings and strategies. So I just want to be clear, certainly there's value to it. A contract is always an option. Whether it's the right option, I don't know the answer to that.
Councillor Dunstall?
Just follow through you, Mayor. Do you believe that a 2-year contract, we could put in some KPIs? I understand that it may not have direct results, but some KPIs where we could monitor and see the progress, that we're headed in the right direction and that we're headed towards generating more revenue or bringing in more businesses. Do you think a 2-year time frame would at least show us a path that has been created to get us to where we need to go?
Through you, Mayor Solomon, I think KPIs are, it's tricky on something like an economic development officer. Certainly we can track and demonstrate. We visited 100 businesses. We visited 50% of the businesses. We visited across the township. Here's what we heard. We can do reporting back to council on the duties of that position. In terms of we hire someone and all of a sudden the employment lands, get serviced, permits are issued, do they take credit for that then, or is that work that's already been done? So KPIs can be difficult in that environment where we're about to have employment lands brought on stream. Historically, we haven't had very many employment properties available, and those that have been held on to by the owners. And again, in New Hampshire, TLC Pet Food is a good example where we've got a new factory built. But we didn't have a lot of land available. So when those employment lands come on stream, the tendency might be say, hey, we created this position and now the employment lands are full. The reality being is if you don't create this position, those employment lands will probably be full once they're available for permits, because certainly we know that there's interest in them and lots of inquiries. So just want to be straight up on the value of KPIs on this position in the short term. It may be difficult to say they generated X. If they apply for a RED grant and we obtain RED grant funding towards something, certainly you can say, hey, we probably wouldn't have applied for this grant without this position. Certainly, we visited 100 out of 200 businesses this year. That 50% would not have been visited this year without this position. There definitely are KPIs we can measure for you. Any input from council on that would be beneficial, but the reporting and that aspect of it isn't a concern to me. It's simply how to value that work is subjective at best.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I think my general commentary and assessment of the position, while it is a nice to have and certainly could benefit businesses, I think what I'm hearing, and at least in my assessment as well, I come to the conclusion it is very much a long-term return on investment, and that it's going to take a long time before we really recoup the rewards of this, and the cost is going to be up front. I also wonder off the corner, or at least kind of out in the far land for future debate one day, is could this be funded through a different revenue stream, whether that be through BIA or something like that. But I mean, there are other avenues to potentially look at where this would bring value. I tend to agree with your assessment that employment lands are available, they're likely to fill up, because that's what we're hearing from, I think, the general business community in private industry. So with that said, I mean, looking at this, while it's nice to have, I do view it as a boots on the ground tourism support for some of the things that I think we have community-led initiatives on right now, whether that be through fairs or Board of Trade or other events that are put on. So in this budget year, I look at this and would be so inclined to remove it from this budget.
So it's been moved by Councillor Wilkinson to remove from the budget for this year. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any other comments or questions on this? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries unanimously. On to the senior policy planner item. I mean, the one note I do want to make in contrast to the position we just saw before, we do have the download of planning coming. Well, it's already started as of January 1st. So certainly from my perspective, I would not be in favor of removing, but I will leave it to council if there are questions or Councillor Sidhu.
Just a quick comment on this. It kind of puts our department in between a rock and a hard place of having extra work and downloading it onto us without providing any other assistance, so I would be inclined to keep this in this year's budget ask.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, in assessment of this, I'm inclined to agree with what my colleague is suggesting. I'm curious to Director Okrafka, in terms of the shift of authority from the region to the township. I mean, adding this person, what kind of, or I guess can you just describe for me what we were getting out of the region at this level? I mean, was this a 2-3 person job? Was this just a 1-person job? What is it that we're going to reap the rewards of here? And I ask, I mean, I understand the need and desire, but there's some questions from the public, more so just explaining the value behind this, please.
Through you, Mayor Sallin and Councillor Wilkinson, I'll miss a lot of the details. Every day we discuss this, we just had a meeting today, we find out new components of tasks that are now our responsibility, but some of them include Indigenous engagement, working with our Indigenous partners. We're working on that. We're working on enhanced communication, things that previously the region would have done, we now will be beginning. That's time consuming. Assessing for archaeology, requiring studies, working with consultants such as noise consultants. We are now responsible to ensure that noise and various provincial requirements, archaeology, noise, species at risk, EISs. So working with a lot of consultants. So we don't have the expertise in-house. Quite frankly, the region historically would have probably had somebody in-house. They also use contract companies specializing, for example, in noise to review noise studies and provide recommendations. But that back and forth in the process that we never really were party to, now we are. So that means existing development staff, we have a senior development planner, he now needs to be much more focused and doesn't have time to assist with policy related things. On top of all of those components, we need to update our official plan. So that secondary plan that was previously approved will now become the official plan process. Again, using consultants, but requires a lot of staff time, a lot of engagement with the public to bring the public in to say, hey, the regional plan said this, do you agree with it now? And bringing that to you in a form, because you will need to make decisions on whether you concur with the previous regional strategy or whether you want something new. Again, that volume of work, largely doing a lot of provincial responsibilities that previously the region did, comes with no dollars attached to it. So the province has downloaded that to us. They have not downloaded any funds, nor has the region. Ultimately, as I think I said at a previous council meeting, if council chooses not to create the position, we still have the legislative responsibility to do these tasks and do them right, dot the I's, cross the T's. We can't miss things because it's a liability for all of us in this room. And from that perspective, then it's going to require overtime, which you risk, it's a staff of 3, you risk burning people out and chasing them away. We spend a lot of time and energy training staff and have some solid planners on staff with good experience, good knowledge of the community, and we don't want to risk losing that, would be my sales pitch on this.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to Director Okrafka, I appreciate that, and I wholeheartedly agree that obviously there's a lot that's being put on your plate, but also eyes towards revenue generation, whether it be getting DCs in or at least generating building permits. This is going to allow us to make sure that we're quickly moving through applications and planning matters to make sure that we're seeing those funds come online.
Just as a side caveat that I want to note, and I think the conversation did happen before when I was asked if the region was giving any of their tax room for this. They're not. However, myself along with the other mayors across the region and mayors across the province are advocating, those in lower tiers are advocating that the province step in to help with this. I'm not holding my breath on that, but I did just want to acknowledge that work that we are trying to get that transfer of funds, because the download of planning is top down from the province, so we're hoping to see those funds eventually flow through. Councillor Martin, did you have a question?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, just to follow up on what you're saying, I know we've received an email, and I was trying to see if I could quickly find it, I can't, where we would, as a municipality, put forward a motion supporting that process, you know, of trying to download funding to our municipality. And maybe one of my colleagues is planning on bringing forward that motion, and maybe this is not the place to do it today, but I do think it would be good for us to do something to speak to the region as well as the province about the benefit of us receiving some of this funding.
Absolutely. I would just say you're right. That's not today because it's not directly budget, but absolutely if council wants to bring forward a motion in the future, if one of our colleagues is doing that, then I think we all look forward to seeing what that looks like. So I don't see any other questions, comments, or amendments on this item. Okay. So we will move along to the next one, which is the Revenue and Taxation Supervisor. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I did want to ask, I was a little concerned when I heard at our meeting on January 7th, and I also heard at some other town hall meetings, some comments about tax bills being wrong. And in one case, a lady had expressed that she received 2 that were wrong, one that she thought would correct but actually didn't. So I wanted to know, we have 8,000 households and 1 person, how that compares to some of the other. I know that Woolwich has 25% more people and 66% more employees doing the work. And I didn't know if you had any additional information. It's a lot of money, and I would think it's affecting service levels. And if that's okay with our constituents, then I guess that's okay. But I just want to know if this is sustainable.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. In reaching out to Woolwich, their population is, a bit higher than ours, but their staffing level related to both utility billing and taxation billing is about 60% higher than ours. I also reached out to colleagues at King Township, which has a bit bigger still than us, but they had 5 people in the place that we have currently 2. So, and they're doing both tax and utility billings a little bit higher, about 20% higher than we are.
Just a follow-up, please. Do we keep track of complaints coming in from our constituents concerning the tax bills being incorrect or any of the bills that we're sending out?
No, to my knowledge, we don't keep that kind of statistics and tracking of complaints and commentary. I know in the past there's been some tracking of activity and what we're doing, so whether we're doing bill changes or change of address or those things, but not a complaint-based tracking system, no.
Would there be value in having a complaint-based?
There's always value in improving customer service, and it's been one of my things that I've flagged for our team is how do we improve customer service, and so this role obviously plays a part in that, but I think you're right in tracking our activity, our response times, the number of times we get it right, the number of times we get it wrong. I think those are all things we do plan on implementing this year. With Sam having joined us, we're hoping that we can start working on some of that.
Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to Acting CAO Clark, how much of this is related to, I think you call it our legacy system, others would call it antiquated, software system versus would part of the role of this individual be to assist with bringing the new system on stream, etc.? I think we talked about that earlier in the fall and what resources we would need to bring the new system on stream.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, that is part of this role. It would be to help with whatever new system we bring in, develop or documenting our current processes, mapping them into a new system and getting them implemented. So we're in the final stages of hiring for that project manager that you approved. And so when that person comes on board, every hand is helpful, so the more hands we have in finance, the more people will be able to help with that process transition to whatever system we ultimately move to.
Follow-up for Councillor Cressman.
Could it, just to follow up through you, Mayor, could it be a contract position similar to the other positions we talked about in terms of getting the system up and running and then determining our needs from there?
Through the Mayor to Councillor Cressman, a contract is always possible. There's a difficulty in getting, as Director O'Cafra mentioned, getting good candidates when you're only offering a short term. Also, I would identify that the volume and need for activities in terms of being proactive and monitoring things like high water usage, changes in ownership and making sure they get recorded, those types of things, reassessments is still there regardless of which system we're on. So there would be benefit. There's a long-term need for this position, I guess is what I'm trying to say, over and above the transition to a new system.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, somewhat related to what Councillor Cressman is getting at. I mean, I guess the question is when is the system implementation going to happen? And a lot of this will potentially likely be resolved with a new system. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in my view, and having worked on a major ERP system previously, my experience has been that technology does not solve your problems if you have bad process. And so a big part of this role is mapping current processes, documenting it through SOPs, and then implementing them properly. So yes, once we have a new system, it will make those processes work better, but a big part of our struggle right now is having good documentation of processes, having the time to revisit processes, having the time to review processes. So yes, I do see efficiencies in a new system, and that would probably, hopefully eliminate the need for additional staff, but at this time we don't have that capacity to move forward with process review and process documentation, given that we have one individual who's managing all of this billing and tracking.
Any other questions or comments on this item, councillors? Councillor Stu.
I'm just looking at the risk of not proceeding. It says that there's a risk of the township revenues as collection of delinquent payments. How many, as a percentage point, delinquent payments do we typically have on our utility or property tax bills? Like, is it a high number, or is it a lot we're chasing after, or?
So through Madam Mayor, Manager of Finance Sam and myself were talking about this just the other day. As she's come on board, one of the things she's trying to identify is delinquent accounts, and it's in excess of $100,000 is what we're trying to track down and collect. We have also a number of properties that are continually in arrears more than 2 years, which puts them at the risk of the property sale, but then they get out of that and it continues. So it's a continuing cycle where we're collecting taxes 3 years behind. So this process, all of these processes would bring in additional revenue or bring it in sooner, bring it in at a higher level. But yeah, our current water is roughly 100,000.
So just for clarification, it wouldn't increase the revenue, it would just potentially bring it in a couple months or something sooner than the current system that we have?
So through you, Madam Mayor, so it would increase our revenues in the sense that we would get the revenue in the time period that we expected. So current year revenues would be increased and we wouldn't be falling behind chasing our tail. The other piece is reassessments and different things like that, which we have a 2-year window. So if we miss one of those, we miss out on opportunities to reassess. So keeping on top of those, that is potentially lost revenue. And some of it is, like I said, legacy outstanding stuff that if we could have the time to get ahead, we could see some influx of revenue through that. Long term, over a 5 to 10 year period, it's probably not shifting the net revenue to a much higher level, but in the short term, it is improving our books.
Councillor Stu.
Just one more. I don't know if you'll have this number off the top of your head, but what is the the total amount of property taxes we take in that we have about 100,000 you said is delinquent? 100,000, what's the total number that we're bringing in?
So through you, Madam Mayor, that's related to utility billing. I don't want to speak in terms of total numbers. I know roughly, I believe it's about $6 million worth of utilities and about $12 million worth of property taxes we collect. Plus, we also collect for the province, or for education and for the region. And so there's a lot of detail in there. I could follow up on that after, but yeah.
So just so safe to say that out of 6 million plus 12 million, it's not a huge number that we're delinquent on, of roughly $100,000 over $18 million of collected money.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't want to be quoted on 100% of the details of that, but there's more. Sam just messaged me. There's also the 100,000. That's not. There's 100 properties that we also currently have in arrears. So if you look at those properties, it could be even more substantial from a property tax perspective.
Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I'm inclined to leave this as it stands in the budget, and if we have to revisit it at some point in the future, that would be my suggestion. But I think it's important for customer service, getting the tax bills right, and adjusting to new accounting systems internally.
Any other questions, comments, or amendments on this? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. CAO, do you know what the carrying costs would be when we're carrying these bills that aren't getting paid?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, we actually charge interest, so there's really, in most cases, a net benefit to us once we finally collect it, but we are adding interest to anything that's in arrears.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, comments, or amendments, we will move on to our next item, which is the grant coordinator. Any questions, comments, or amendments on this one, councillors? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Do we know how much we have potentially lost in grants by not having? I know you're looking at me like, how the heck am I supposed to know that? Do you have any idea of grants that we weren't able to apply for because we didn't have the time? Any number at all?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I've only been here 8 months, and in that time we've applied for all the grants that have come through my desk. So I would say there's nothing that comes to mind that says we haven't applied for it. What the struggle has been is that because this role is part of our asset management individual's role, the time constraints takes that individual away from doing asset management work. So it falls on them to do a lot of this grant work, and when grants become heavy, like the water enabling housing enabling fund that came up, that was a all hands on deck, get it done, put it in, it went through, it got denied, then they said, oh, there's a round 2, do you want to do this again? We did it again. So it's the same individual being pulled away from their asset management work, which is extremely critical, and that's what they were originally hired to do. This has sort of been added to the side of her desk. So it's really more about creating the capacity for the two of them to get done, and knowing, in my time in municipal finance, the change in grant philosophy from other levels of government is to go from dedicated annual funding to application-based funding. So this is only going to continue, in my opinion, that we have to chase dollars to get those dollars.
Councillor Sadhu.
It's my understanding that there's companies out there that would do these grant applications for a percentage of the grant if we were successful. Being it as though I would like to have a concrete number of, if we were to do that over this next year and we see that, listen, we've paid up more than $100,000 to this company to get the grants, then I can see it being justified to have that as a full-time position. But without having that raw data in front of me, it's kind of hard for me to vote in favor of having this position at $113,000 if I don't know it would essentially cover its costs over the next year.
Okay, any other comments?
Just want to clarify on that.
You can add a clarification, but I'm taking that as a comment to council.
I just want to clarification. So clarifying on those grant application companies, paying them comes out of our operating budget. You cannot, for these grants, you cannot pay those companies out of that fund. So if we got $200,000 in grant, we have to have the operating fund. So I would need $100,000 to hire that company to do that work, because almost 99% of grants say that grant writing, granting application, all that time is not an eligible expense of the grant. So we'd have to pay for it out of the tax base, regardless of who does it.
Any other questions or comments on this one, councillors, or amendments? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, this is, I'm looking at this position, and I mean, it would be a very nice to have, and again, it's going after chasing dollars, but I'm inclined to look at it in a tough budget year and think that maybe this is a luxury and something that we could push down the road. I realize it impacts the asset management side of things as well, but I'm inclined to remove this, so I would table that motion.
Moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any other questions or comments on that? Seeing none, all those in favor of removing, all those opposed, and that carries.
Take it for granted.
I was waiting for it. All right, on to the next operating request form, which is the growth capital funding. Any other questions, comments, or amendments on this one? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to Director Clark, looking for more information on this. This is obviously heavily influenced by NITHView and the DC exemptions that were granted. Is that accurate?
Sorry, pulling double duties, trying to update my tracking, and through you, councillor, or through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. So when we brought forward the report in the fall about NITHView, one of the things I expressed was that typically organizations would have a program funded in advance to take on those kinds of things, and we were sort of doing it a bit backwards because we were having an application but we hadn't had the program. So the program itself is needed to replace any other exemptions that we incur, whether it's accessible unit or accessory units, industrial if we had it, those types of exemptions, as well as this type of exemption, which is not statutory but discretionary. And yes, the funding of it does somewhat align with the need for NITHView, but the funding is more than what's needed for NITHView, so it creates a pot that we can then use to fund in-year exemptions, like I said, through other means, or if other applicants came forward, we would be able to consider those as well.
Councillor Wilkinson and then Councillor Dunstall.
Through the chair, I appreciate that we might be in a situation here. I realize we're not discussing NITHView in particular, but I do potentially want to come back to that down the road and touch on that. But related to this, given that this is basically designed to develop this fund or develop this program that could potentially allow some of these DC waivers or DC catch-ups, I mean, again, I'm looking at it, I'm inclined to cut this from being added on to the tax levy for this year and potentially have to revisit this down the road again. But again, unrelated to probably another conversation happening around the NITHView home, I anticipate. But I move that we cut this from the budget.
Okay, so now we have an amendment on the floor to remove this item. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Questions on the amendment? I'll look to Councillor Dunstall first. Was your question about?
I was going to verify something with
You're still welcome to do so.
Thank you. I just want to verify, after checking with you, the NITHView is less than 1% hitting our tax base for 5 years, less than 1%. The remainder comes from water and wastewater, correct?
Yes, so the total impact of implementing this is less than 1%.
I think it was 0.86 or something like that?
0.82.
0.82, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, I had not understood that this was directly related to NIFU. I understood that NIFU was an example of how this is related because I had declared a pecuniary interest on that NIFU vote, and I wanted to make sure that I wasn't I didn't see myself as having a problem, but if Councillor Wilkinson is thinking it's only about NIFU, then I might be in that, okay.
Just my interpretation, Councillor Wilkinson was saying in the future discussions here, he wants to bring back up the NIFU topic. It is not this specific item though. This is about a plan so that in the future, if projects like that come forward to council, there would be a pot of money available.
Okay, no, that's good. I just wanted to clarify. I didn't think of it as a pecuniary interest on this item, and as long as my colleagues agree, I'm fine with that then. So.
Okay, Councillor Cressman.
I don't know if this is a point of order or not, but my aunt passed away, and so does that mean, I'm looking to the clerk, does that mean anything related to NIFU, I no longer have a pecuniary interest?
I don't provide advice on that.
I'm going to say table that for this moment in time because that would be getting advice from the Integrity Commissioner. And I don't want to get away from what is right in front of us right now and the amendment. I do have a question of clarity. So if this were to be removed from the budget, this doesn't, however, impact the funding strategy for the NIFU waiving, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, or to you, Madam Mayor, we would still have to honor that. We would just have to find the funds somewhere else. So that could either be, so this is the funding strategy for that. If we don't do this, then we would have to take them from contingency reserves, a capital reserve, operating budget, somewhere else it would have to come from.
So you said that this goes above and beyond the NIFU ask. If it were just to be the NIFU ask, do you have those numbers or would you be able to provide those?
If you give me 2 minutes, I can.
Not a problem. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, a modification perhaps to my motion. Can we come back to revisit this pending the outcome of more information?
Yes, so we could do that one of two ways. Either you could take the motion off the floor, we get further information, we table this, get further information, or you could technically defer pending more information.
Can I amend to defer pending more information?
Yes.
Add it to the end of the meeting list?
Yes.
Thank you.
So now we have a motion to defer, that this will come back pending the additional requested information from staff. Is there a seconder for that deferral? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any other comments or questions on the deferral of continuing this discussion pending more information?
I think to be safe, I'm going to abstain.
Okay, very well. Any other questions or comments that Councillor
Well,
Martin?
then I guess if Councillor Cressman is abstaining, then it looks like I should abstain as well. Okay,
so noted that both Councillor Cressman and Councillor Martin are declaring conflict on this. So I will call the vote on deferring this conversation to come back to it pending more information from staff. All those in favor of the four of us remaining, and that carries unanimously. We will now move on to our next item, and that is, repayment of the OBC Reserve Fund. Comments, questions, or amendments on this, councillors? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, related to this, I mean, at first it was slightly shocking, but I guess looking at it, I mean, what is the forecasted building permit revenue for maybe the next 5 years? Or Director O'Craft, is it possible to answer that question?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Wilkinson. The revenues for building are projected to cover the costs of building operations. What this is really referring to is over the, say, past 15-year period, the building reserve dropped to about, in that period, 1.7 million in the hole. At the same time, the township pulled $3.4 million out of building revenues to cover other costs, direct to indirect, at a rate of about 50%, whereas most municipalities are probably 20 to 25%. So Bill 124, which is, we usually refer to it as a Bill 124, so Bill 124 in the early, well, mid 2000s said, you can't fund your operations of your municipality by taking money out of your building fees. You charge the building fees to cover the costs of operating and enforcing the building code, and you can build a reserve to cover the years where you have lower revenue, you can offset. Realistically, the issue was that we pretty much took fees beyond reasonable costs, and so that's what this is indirectly recouping is to say, you know, building reserve is in the hole. However, we took 3.4 million out of it. Had we done a 25% ratio right now at the bottom of the building cycle, again, past year we generated a small surplus, 50,000 is exactly what we should be doing. We would have been at about zero in our reserve, which is exactly the intent of that Bill 124. You collect in the good years, you put it in the bank for the bad years, and we really just kind of took all the money every year. I don't know if that explains it, but the revenues for building definitely cover the cost of building revenue. So again, I can't project 5 years out, but you have the detail for this year. Again, it was a successful year this year. NIFU was a big part of that. Moving forward, we have developments on Hink Street that are starting construction, Brubaker Street in Baden, the employment lands, and you know, obviously you've approved development down the street here, so there's a lot of mass of building projects now coming to the forefront. You've been approving subdivisions, which also will start to generate permits. So revenue should be strong in the next 5 years. I can't project out though really what the revenue 5 years. Staffing is at a minimal level, same number of staffing departmentally as we had 20 years ago. So we have minimal staff for the number of permits that we generate, and historically we've indicated that as permit activity increases, then there becomes a liability to ensure that I's are dotted, T's are crossed, and we would come back to council at that point and say, hey, the volume of permits is such we can't keep up, we need to add an inspector or a plans examiner as the case may be. Does that help?
Okay, Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to Director Okrafka. Normally, we're looking at a motion at some point in time over this budget discussion about allocating money to reserves and ensuring there's policies and firewalls in place to prevent this council or future councils from robbing the cookie jar, so to speak, of those reserves. So I guess the question I have is, what would be the normal procedure when there was 1 year's operating in reserves based for the building permits, etc.? What would be the normal practice for excess funds that would be prudent policy on a go-forward basis?
Through you, Mayor Solomon, Councillor Cressman, it would be a lot more than 1 year of operating. Most municipalities have millions in their building reserve. There is a point where you get to where you're obviously charging too much for permits if you've got so much in the bank that it's generating an account that won't be used. So we annually look at other municipalities and the fees they charge. We tend to be close to the high end to bring in, you know, fund our operations, but we also have annual indexing that's part of the building bylaw, so it occurs December 1st to avoid, we used to have a rush January 1st to get your permits before the fees go up. We moved that back to December as a, you know, there's a lot of holidays usually at the end of the year, so timing wise, but it's definitely, we would be seeking a surplus that would, or a reserve fund balance rather, beyond 1 year worth of operating expense for building.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, this is a tough one. I mean, I understand the need for it and obviously the desire to get back to a positive fund here and over time, but maybe looking at my colleagues, I'm willing to table a motion to suggest we cut this in half, start at 50,000 with an agreement to come back and revisit this again next year, and potentially look at increases very similar to what we were doing with dedicated infrastructure reserve. But why don't we start this at 50,000 with the agreement to revisit in 2026?
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Wilkinson. Is there a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Councillor Dunstall, did you have a comment there?
I did. I'm just concerned that this is just putting us back to where the same kind of decision making that we've made before. When we're looking to build up any kind of reserves or anything, and we cut. And I've also had people ask me at our town hall meetings, why do you keep cutting? Why do you keep cutting? You tell us that's what got us here, but you keep cutting. So I just want to make sure that we're aware of that as well before we start cutting things that build up our reserve.
Okay, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair and to Councillor Dunstall, I certainly share your concern, and I think it's a general concern with the public as well. Not necessarily wanting to replicate past practice, but rather I'm going to use an analogy that one of our constituents brought here, is that how do you eat an elephant, and it's one bite at a time. And I think when we're looking at the overall increase of 51, or the requested increase of 51%, and we're looking at sort of every little tiny bit and every little fine percentage, I'm just looking at this and suggesting that potentially this is something where we can at least, well, here's another analogy, but we can get the snowball built, start pushing it down the hill, and then eventually look at potentially increasing this every year to see our way back to positive figures. But just, again, being conscious of the fact that there is a large ask in front of our population right now, trying to find ways that we can limit that. This is one way. That's sort of what I have in mind with this, not wanting to replicate past practice by any means.
Any other questions or comments on the motion before us, councillors? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. So that brings us through the operating request asks. At this point in time, I guess I would look to see, I know that council is waiting for more information back on the variance by variance that was recently passed. Is there any more information or questions that council would like answered before we go into the capital component? And just on a technical note, we will be breaking for dinner before we go into the capital part this evening. But Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. I know someone's been keeping track as we go along, and I was just wondering what number we're sitting at now that we've the percentage that we have removed. What we're sitting at currently.
I was going to give staff our dinner break an opportunity to come back with that information, just so that we're not all awkwardly staring at them and giving them only a few seconds to do it.
Sure, so no problem.
When we come back from our break, we will have that totaled amount, and I will also provide an opportunity again if there are further questions after we get that percentage or amendments. But right now, is there any other information that councillors are seeking from the operational components or amendments that they'd like to propose at this point in time for the operating components of our budget? Okay, seeing none, then I would call that we could recess for dinner and reconvene. I'm going to say dinner should be arriving in about 10 minutes, but I think if we give to 5:30, or would people like less time? Make it 45 minutes or an hour? What would council prefer? / staff? I'm open. We can negotiate this. 45 minutes I'm hearing? Okay. All right, so to reconvene in 45 minutes, may I have a mover for that? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries, and we will reconvene in 45 minutes.
All right, councillors, we will jump right into it. May I have a motion to reconvene at 5:41 p.m. Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favour? That carries unanimously. As promised, I believe we have an update on where we currently are sitting with operational, so I will turn it over to Acting CAO Clark.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So at this point, based on the decisions and amendments that have been made, the operating portion, so which started out at 14%, is now down to 10.31. So there's been a reduction of about 3.69% to the operating base funding, excluding any decisions around capital that are to come.
Thank you very much. And just to make note, that did still have included the two items that we've deferred since a decision has not been made. So just if people are tracking along, that's where those items that we deferred to the end are still in there at the moment. So moving into capital funding. So the proposal can be found on page 6 of the draft budget package. Right now it is, I'm just pulling up my page 6 here. Right now, I guess I will ask if any members have any comments or consideration on the main motion, as it is included with currently a funding capital in the motion that's on the floor. What I would kind of suggest based off of our conversations today is that we in fact defer this motion that is on the floor to January 27th, pending some of the information that we have requested of staff to bring back. And then on the 27th, we can bring that motion forward again. And then tonight, we will go into, I know I have a motion that will impact potentially how we proceed with capital budget. And we will kind of play it by ear depending on how that motion rolls out. But we do need to deal with the current motion on the floor. We can't have it up in the air. So we either need to defer it, and the 27th is what staff are proposing, as we do already have that as our alternative budget evening. So is there someone willing to do that? Or before you do that, if you have any final questions or comments on the motion itself or additional information. Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, just to be clear, what you're asking for, and I'm sorry, as we're just reopening our books, you're asking that the main motion talking about the operating budget be deferred. Then we will proceed forward in discussing your motions?
Correct. Then we will proceed in bringing forward motion 8.2, or sorry, 8.3. We'll bring forward, depending on how that goes, it will kind of influence how we proceed with capital for the rest of the evening. But we just want to deal with the current operating motion as we are waiting on additional information. So I don't believe we're getting to an operational number tonight because there is the outstanding information we've asked for.
Yeah, through the chair, I would move that we defer the main motion then to January 27th, obviously with the caveat or the addition that we are waiting on pending information. And also, I'd like it noted that we are obviously agreed to revisit some operating gap requests as well as inflationary variance analysis. In addition, we are also agreed to revisit the cost of living adjustment.
Yes, all of those will carry over, but that has also been noted. So that's been moved. Is there a seconder for this deferral? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. So now it's time or place. As I said, the 27th is already all in our calendars and identified as another future budget date. Any questions or comments on that? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor, and that carries unanimously. So now with that, going into the capital budget, as I said, we will first deal with the motion that I'm bringing forward. So I will now turn it over to my acting chair, and that is going to be Councillor Cressman, and this is for motion 8.3.
3, Chair.
I invite Mayor Salonen to introduce her notice of motion.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. So I'm putting forward this motion, really hearing the feedback from residents both on our January 7th meeting as well as many other people that I've spoken to, and it seems like the public is really asking for and wanting to understand what capital projects we're tying to our funding envelope. So I'm putting forward and suggesting that staff bring back, I know they provided details to us yesterday, however, I don't think, I know at least personally, yesterday did not give me enough time to thoroughly explore that document to feel like I can make an educated decision tonight. And as well as there's, I think, some more information that I want to see in terms of really hashing out what that funding ask is going to look like. So that's the spirit of my motion, is to really bring forward the call that I've heard from the public wanting to see the 10-year capital before we approve our capital budget. So I guess if there's someone willing to move it, or second it, sorry.
You seconded, Councillor Dunstall?
Through the very close chair to the mayor. In terms of asking for this capital plan, is it your intention then that this document is prepared and brought back before we discuss the items before us?
So this is where we can kind of vary. So I think we can go through some of the items tonight, or well, we can actually go through all of them and decide if there are items that nobody wants to see come forward. We can make that decision tonight so that staff have a clear direction on what we're hoping to see in the 10-year. And then if there are also some projects that we see tonight that people really know they want to see go forward, then staff also have that direction. So my intent, again, with passing this motion is we will still then discuss the items before us tonight.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'm maybe offering up a friendly amendment here, or potentially an additional amendment, but looking at that, yes, getting a 10-year capital plan, but I think it would be also very nice to see potential funding needs and forecasts associated with that. I realize that that is potentially a big ask, so I'd be curious to get CFO Clark's input on that. But if we're forecasting into the future, and I realize the future goes out 10 years can be a lot, but looking at a plan for how we're going to pay for things and what the potential funding needs are, I guess as it relates to percentage needs or levy needs, I don't know how you'd want to present that, but I'd be looking for that in addition to the forecast.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the 10-year capital that was shared with Council yesterday, and I do acknowledge that it came out late, includes the entire funding envelope. So it identifies the funding that's required within that envelope. So if you look through the memo, it talks about the fact that there's a need, and I'm going to flip this up because I don't remember it all. There's a need for roughly $143 million in tax funding over the next 10 years, and our current level of funding is roughly on page, where did I put that? On page 2, about 20 million, 22 million is what we have currently allocated, so we have about $121 million shortfall in that 9-year forecast.
Through, I guess, through me, to the mayor, I'm wondering about including in any of the capital request some type of, especially the rolling stock, some type of statement or inspection of, I don't know how to phrase it properly, their current condition, service history, and mechanical service or repair history, so that, as I understand from other municipalities, this is part and parcel of of an ask on an asset is, especially rolling stock and as well, is that there is a business case put together about, and I see this especially in one of the vans that Director Catania had. He talked about this is the type of repairs that we'd be facing with an existing asset, and so it gives us further pieces of information as we look at it. So I don't know if that's something we can include in this, or is it should be dealt with separately. I'm just looking to you as your opinion before I would pose it as an amendment.
I would be open to that being an amendment again, and I think you already said it, but as long as it's clear that we're just looking for high level and maybe to improve in years to come, just from a working perspective, but I don't know if staff have other opinions. I'll turn it back to you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, is the intention that we do that for all 10 years? Or is that just for the next year, just for 2025? So you're talking in the justification sheets. Okay, just to be clear, I just want to make sure, because most of the forecast is based on standard practice and governance within the organization. So I do understand in the justification sheets for the project, the items that come forward. Yeah, we can make sure that's in there.
Yes, it would be my view, it would be a year over the yearly requests have further information for council to be updated on the state of the asset that is being requested to be replaced, the service history, and as well the maintenance schedule for that. As I understand it, some of the assets in neighboring municipalities have a spreadsheet about all their, other than regular service, all the different notations on well, we had to replace a transmission here, or, et cetera, et cetera. So I think it gives us a better indication of what this asset and how it could perform into the future if we decided not to replace it.
Through the chair, if it's agreeable so that you don't have to give up the chair, I'd be willing to add that as an amendment to the motion. Again, focus just on 2025 requests. Caitlin, do you have that?
Do I have a seconder for that? Okay, somebody's giving me direction on process. Thank you. Mayor?
I just have a question on that amendment. I'd be happy to do it, to add it. Could we say, although right now we're asking for the 2025, because the final part of the existing motion is that moving forward, it has direction that a draft budget, can we just have wording so that it says moving forward, that budget year, that practice is included? And if you're willing to that, then I'm happy to second that amendment.
Through the chair, agreed.
Questions, Councillor Dunson?
Thank you, through you, Mayor, Chairperson. And this may not be the appropriate time, Mayor, but is there a place in your motion to ask for there to be guardrails put in place so that when we're working on capital budgets, as they progress, and perhaps this isn't the place for this, that there be some kind of 10% marker so that if it looks like you're going to go 10% over what they had planned or what we had approved, that they would have to come to council with a justification as to why, and I don't know if that fits into your motion or not.
Mayor?
Thank you, through you, Chair. So, Councillor, I think that actually is more spoken about in my other motion. This one is more so just about bringing the information. So
it's fine. Thank you. I thought I saw that. Thanks.
Other questions? Are you ready to vote? Or do you want to read back, Clerk? Do you want to read back the amended motion?
Thank you, Chair Cressman. So the amendment is that the motion be amended to insert, and that all future capital request sheets are accompanied with justification sheets that include state of the asset, service history, maintenance schedules, and more.
Any further questions before I call the vote? All those in favor of the amendment? That's unanimous. Now we're back to the main motion. So the main motion as amended, would you read that, Clerk Boss?
Okay, so item 8.3, whereas best practice has a 10-year capital plan tied to informing the annual budget, whereas the public very clearly wants to see council prioritizing the Township of Wilmot's capital forecast, and whereas for council to make informed decisions and effectively prioritize resource allocation, now therefore be it resolved that staff present a 10-year capital plan for each department with the affiliated year-over-year financial asks for each project, for council to consider and thus inform this year's capital funding envelope and prior to 2025 budget approval. And further, that the presentation of a 10-year capital plan be provided as a part of every draft budget moving forward. And finally, that in the future, capital sheets are accompanied with justification sheets that include state of the asset, service history, maintenance schedules, and more.
Any questions on that? If not, I'm prepared to call the question. All in favor? I declare that carried unanimously. And I now turn the chair back to its rightful holder.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cressman, for chairing that. So now with that motion passing, the motion that is recommended, or I guess the placeholder under the capital budget, is kind of null and void. So it will be coming back on the 27th. We'll be coming back to further discuss that. But to give staff further direction, what we're going to do now is an exercise of going through the capital asks. What I would ask, for sake of time, as well as that we now know that we're coming back on the 27th to further deliberate, is that when we go through each request, if you have a question, most certainly ask it. If it is a request for more information to come back, ask it. But I don't want to be getting into super nitty gritty. If it's something that you think you may want to see in the budget, I'm more so looking for, can we get to items that we don't want to see come back in the capital plan, or items that we definitely want to see. Or, like I said, if you have more information. So if it's a maybe item for you and you need to know a detail, that's kind of what I'm hoping we can focus our conversation on, because there are quite a lot of asks, logistically speaking, just trying to guide the conversation there. So if that is suitable for everyone, we can start on with our items. And in our budget book, I just want to make sure. Oh, Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I know I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask the question, but in response to something that you sent to Acting CAO Clark about funding and where we sit as a percentage of reserves, tax-based reserves, and I think we had set the policy of 10%, and then you know what different agencies determine as a good credit risk. It's usually 30%, and we're sitting closer to 90%. So I'm kind of wondering how that knits in, I guess through your merit to C.L. Clark, how that knits into what we're planning on doing next. Because if we don't have the money, how are we going to move forward? And so, or do we determine that after the fact and then take our Christmas wish list and shrink it accordingly?
So through you, Madam Mayor, you are correct. We won't be taking on approving any new debt for at least 10 years based on our current forecast. It just wouldn't be prudent. We need to dig ourselves out of that because we also have roughly $7 million of debt that we haven't even issued yet that we will be issuing for projects approved last year. So you're right. right, debt is not really a funding option. And to your question about the funding, and this is, the mayor and I were talking about this with Caitlin just before this, what we're looking for from a capital perspective is projects that you want to see staff bring back and projects you don't want to see brought back. On the 27th, we'll continue that conversation, and if you've asked for more information, then we can get more direction. On the 24th of February, we would then bring back the package of projects based on, at the 27th, you approving a capital envelope. So on the 27th, you would give us a capital envelope, $10, $10,000, $10 million, and that's going to help us then develop a 2025 capital plan and budget that we would bring on the 24th, which you would still be able to go through and say, okay, I like this, I don't like this, I want this in and out, but at least we would have the funding parameter. So we're not going to build a capital plan that then we come and tell you the price tag is X. It's really, which is what we've done here. This is what we've done here, but we don't want to continue that. We want the funding first, then the projects, but we do need an inkling of what you see as appropriate or not appropriate for continuing.
Okay, very good. Any other questions before we start getting into the items? Okay, seeing none. So the first one for councillors is tab number 4. First budget request is the it's under community services and it's automated external defibrillator. Oh, my apologies, sorry. I'm at the wrong tab. Thank you very much. Tab 3. I'm just misguiding everyone here. It's under corporate services, and it is the annual hardware, software, and network infrastructure upgrades. So councillors, I guess, is there, because we don't have any motions right now before us on these, I would be looking for someone to make an amendment essentially of they want to see it or they don't. That's the wording I'm pretty much looking for. Councillor Wilkinson. Through the chair,
I move that we want to see this moving forward. However, I do have a request for information, not that we need it this evening or want to get into the nitty-gritty, but I'd be curious to see for the $200,000 in detail what's broken, what needs to be replaced, what can potentially wait, just to inform whether or not we need $200,000 or potentially less.
Very good. So that's been moved. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any other questions, really information that you'd like to see come back? Okay. Councillor Wilkinson.
I'm just thinking here, this is point of procedure maybe, or point of order, but are we building a rolling list of amendments, or are we going to look to amend and vote on each item?
Okay, it's more so direction than amendments. Just give me 2 seconds to clarify the best format going forward. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so the clerk is proposing that we do word it as direction to staff, and then the direction is either to include or not include, and then if it's include, additional information should that be requested. That's how we'll proceed with each one, so we will have a mover, a seconder, and a vote, and then we will carry on item by item, if that works for everybody. So this one, we do have a mover and a seconder. We do have direction that this come back with additional information. Any other information or comments or questions on this one? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Now on to tab number 4. And this one is under community services, automated external defibrillator replacements. Is there, what direction do we want to go? Councillor Dunstall?
I move forward with that.
Okay, very good. Councillor Cressman will second that. I do have a request for more information. I just want to know how many of these units need replacement this year, and if it's possible that you can kind of bring back a rolling in the future, you know, if we always put aside a certain, I know it is 7 that are identified. I guess where I'm confused is that they all have very different manufacturing dates that range like 7 years. So I guess I'm wondering which ones actually need to be redone, or if there were different manufacturing standards at different points in time that mean they all need to be done this year.
Through you, Mayor Salmon, they do need to all be done only from the standpoint that they're end of life. However, they do get inspected with a contracted services every year, and they do pass and they still go, but this still might be one of those things where we're kind of rolling the dice when we get past their useful life.
Okay, that's sufficient for me. So we have a mover and a seconder to bring this forward to the capital plan. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the next one, which is Castle Kilbride Mural Conservation. Do we have Councillor Dunstall?
I'm suggesting this be removed. I think hopefully we can go out to our business community and see if they would be willing to fund our beautiful national asset that we have here. So I would ask for this to be removed.
And that's seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other comments on that? All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. And our next item, also community services. This is Constitution Park fencing replacement. Councillor Dunstall.
Me again. I would ask that this be removed. I'm not sure of any other places where people get their fences paid for by the rest of our taxpayers. So I'm sure they won't be happy, but I would think the rest of our taxpayers will. So I would ask this be removed as well.
That's seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Just before we vote, I have a question of clarification because I know it talks about the subdivision agreement. Legally, do we have an obligation there? Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Salmon, yes, that is with the township. We have to eventually replace it. However, based on the motion that Councillor Dunstall's put forward, we still would look at some operating measures to shore up, maybe not the post and the full reconstruction of it, but we can take a look at a couple missing planks and boards and make sure that it's just put together until a following year or a couple of years from now.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the vote then. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving along to the grandstand restoration, repointing and fire stop. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, move to include and fund.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to Liner Park Loop resurfacing. Councillor Sadhu.
As someone who walks through this catwalk every day, it is in a bit of rough shape, but I think at this moment in time I would add to remove this, and we have Director Catania who wants to chime in here first.
Director Catania.
Thank you, Mayor Salmon. I realize it's council's floor, but I don't mind adding some information, so that's fine if you're removing it. I just wanted to at least let council know that they're having some spot repairs as well, and we'll do what we can to help mitigate any type of accessibility or safety concerns with the trails.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Dunstall has seconded that. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wilkinson has a question.
Sorry, through the chair real quick. Curious, do we have an operating budget to fund these minor repairs and things like that? So say, again, something catastrophic happens, a big chunk falls into a sinkhole or whatever, we have funding to potentially replace these?
Through Mayor Salmon to Councillor Wilkinson, correct. We would have this as our, they would consider it Baden Parks GL, which would be a ground maintenance budget for very small minor repairs and trail maintenance.
Okay. Now I will call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the New Dundee Community Centre front door replacement. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I can't let New Dundee get one up on us in St. Agatha, so I move that we cut and keep the lock and key system.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Are there any comments or questions on that one? Councillor Cressman?
Yes, I was informed by some of our local service clubs. They're quite fine with it remaining the way it is.
Very good. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the New Dundee Library roof replacement and compliance upgrades. Anyone going to take this one on? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, just in general, when I'm looking at sort of buildings and major potential pitfalls or opportunities that could potentially lead to future problems, this one I'm moving to to include in our funding and would like to see it brought forward.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Wilkinson, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Cressman has a comment or question?
Yes, I just wanted to ask the question, and I know the region of Waterloo does certain things, and I think it's book distribution, but we're left kind of housing the books in libraries at various locations. So they never looked after ownership or upkeep of libraries. That was our responsibility.
That is correct, and Director Catania, I think, may want to add in there.
Thank you, Mayor Salin. To Councillor Cressman, we, from a maintenance agreement perspective, from the Regional Waterloo and the libraries, they are mainly responsible for the maintenance of the property. We are the ones, because we own the building, we are responsible for the capital upgrade. So, you know, roof replacements, that sort.
Through you, Mayor, I'm always reminded, wife, pitched roofs are superior to flat roofs. It was always taught me that is a rule of thumb.
Very good. Any other questions or comments on that one? All right, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the New Hamburg Arena reconstruction / multi-use facility. Councillor Dunstall.
Yes, through you, Mayor. I'm looking at cutting this, but I did have a question for you. I know that we have our $5 million grant. I also know that the chances of anything coming in at that price is not going to happen. My question to you is there money in that grant to do the drawings so that if we ever do get to a position where we can, that we could move forward, or at least we would have that part done? I guess I'm asking, is this $1 million ask is of tax money. There's no provision in the grant to use money to at least have some drawings as to what we would be looking at moving forward.
Through you, Mayor Salin, to Councillor Dunstall, and I'm trying to make this as clear as possible. So we have the portion that the province would be giving us would be around $4.3 million. That's consistent. You will be seeing a report coming back to Council for the first cycle of March for Committee of the Whole. That's going to give you the fulsome report with our architect on that feasibility study of the New Hamburg Arena, which includes our Class D estimate. I was hoping to have had that sooner so that you can have a better informed decision with this project. The issue with the grant is, again, that dollar amount's consistent. Doesn't matter if the project comes in even low, which it wouldn't at $5 million, but if it comes in at $20 million, we make up the difference. So whatever we decide to commit now to, and we do not finish that project, we will not get reimbursed by the province. There's no partial piece of the grant, so we have to be fully committed to do it. And I think what I'm looking for from Council, whether it's this evening or even at the March meeting as well, is that we need to make a commitment whether we move forward with this project for this year, because the grant stipulates that the timelines for full reconstruction is March of 2027. So that gives us really a 2-year window. It's tight. Now, we're trying to look at taking advantage of other grant opportunities that are going to fund more of a higher percentage, so that this way we can lessen that burden on our tax base. And from there as well, the other component besides capital is once we look at any type of growth or new initiatives, there's an operating component to that. And so with this report I'm also bringing back in March is going to detail the operational requirements and what type of impact that would actually have as well if we open up a new facility.
Sorry, a follow-up. So my question is, if I was to ask for this to be removed and it would go through, what's the impact then?
Through you, Mayor Salin, to Councillor Dunstall. Right now, in the 2024 capital budget, we asked for $70,000 to do this feasibility study plus some schematic drawings. It's not wasteful spending at all, because now once we have, with all the consultation we've done with our community groups, and when we bring this forward to Council, when there is other opportunities, we are ready to go to proceed with this project. We have the numbers that show that, hey, you know, we can fill this building. We can fill, you know, our cold users as well as the warm users, use it as a multi-purpose facility. So in saying that, whoever is able to step up and potentially we look at a grant, we're ready to go with a design, or at least a schematic design before proceeding to a detailed drawing.
So Councillor Dunstall, does that have you wanting to give
It
direction?
has me more perplexed than I was when I asked the question. So I need you too, Councillor. So I'm going to need a little bit of more time to think that through. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Martin.
I would move that we cut this program.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Martin. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Cressman has a question.
Yes, I have a question. I'm unclear. Are we saying we walk away entirely with the money that we have in grant form and wait for another grant? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think the piece that Director Catania is trying to stress is that grant is not sufficient to fund the level of the project. So moving forward with that grant is a false premise that is good money. It's drawing in a lot of other money, and that's what this question is. Do you want to commit to that other $15 or $16 million worth of funding that's going to be required to move forward on this project? Because that $4 million is not going to cover what you need, and we need to know now because that grant has a timeline. So if we don't move this year on detailed design and all that, that grant expires. So it's an in or an out type of question.
So I'm going to go back to Councillor Martin as you brought forward the amendment.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Sallin, the reason I'm moving to cut this program is I see it as too expensive. The grant, in order to move forward, means we have to put ice in. And the question is, do we want to put ice in? And it just seems like it's going to increase the costs megafold, and I don't think we have the money for that.
So it's seconded by Councillor Cressman. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I think in past conversations, maybe just to clarify, the grant requires us to put ice in, correct?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Wilkinson, that's correct. That is a scope requirement, having the refrigeration assets and components in the brine lines, yes.
Councillor Sadhu.
I don't know if you'll have the answer for this, but when would we potentially know what the total sticker price would be for the entire design? I know there's numbers thrown around about 16, 17 million, but what if it comes in at 10 and it's not such a big numbers?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Sadhu, we anticipate to have that number probably sometime in February, so I could put that in that report that's going to go to the Committee of the Whole in March, in the first cycle of March. I estimate, and again, I could be wrong, but I'm estimating it's going to be anywhere in the $10 to $12 million. It might not necessarily be 15, but it just, again, with any type of even schematic design, if you start, you can start pulling things out of the design, but you got to remember too, the class or the estimate that the consultants are coming up with, the costing, is also based on the scope requirements of the grant. So there are things that we are strict to do with that grant, and whether it's accessibility for a new elevator, all the way through to the demolition piece and just having multi-purpose space, not just from a cold floor perspective. And I know obviously adding refrigeration into that obviously adds to a cost as well. But there are very basic requirements that have to be met, and from a scope perspective that bring those costs up. And then secondly, if we're looking at a multi-purpose space, the grant itself does not speak to building envelope issues. So for instance, if you're going to look at multi-use, multi-climate space, that building needs to be properly insulated, sealed, that type of thing as well, which was never originally part of the grant.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, it's I understand that there's a motion on the floor. I guess the question, honestly, I'd love to see more information and maybe have a more robust debate on it, but I don't know. There's a motion on the floor to cut. I guess it really comes down to looking at the cost analysis as to what it might cost for something else in the future and what that need is, and if we need to potentially look at ice elsewhere, we already know that could potentially be 20 million, right? So it's looking at revitalizing an old facility. So I'm sort of looking at this and saying it's really tough to make a decision as to a yes or a no and fund or not fund. I realize I obviously don't want to cough up the money and lose it, but at the same time I don't want to miss an opportunity to potentially see getting ice out there and revitalizing an old asset at a much preferred cost in the long run, if that is something that we do need to do down the road.
So Councillor Wilkinson would, no, that's okay. I'm just saying you could do a motion to defer pending the information to come back. Is the information that was detailed that's to come back in February or March sufficient or in the realm that you want? I guess I'm trying to grasp if you're going to move to defer, and if so, what would that date and time be?
Through the chair, I'd be interested in moving to defer, but I guess it comes down to when we need to see the approval on this and when we can get the information. So I would pose the question back to our directors. Is it feasible?
Through Mayor Sallin to Councillor Wilkinson, if you prefer to defer, we can definitely have something to you for the first cycle of March. You can have a better informed decision at that piece. It's just there's $1 million on the table here from progressing to a detailed design stage, and the reason why there's that dollar amount is because we always look at sort of soft or consulting costs, like our architects for a renovation, to be 10% of the actual value of the construction costs. So that's why it's there to proceed. And I'm sure it probably speaks to it in the justification sheet, but that $1 million deals with detailed design, and then once that's design's finished, and if you went to tender, we'd be looking at a portion of our of that funds that go towards contract administration.
Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So again, that $1 million though would be lost if we decided we could not move forward with the project, correct?
Through you, Mayor Sallin and Councillor Dunstall, yes. If we decided right now that a council approved for my department to go proceed with detailed design, and all of a sudden a year from now we're about to go and tender for construction and there's cold feet or we just don't have the finances, we will not be able to claw back for the that money from the province. We won't get any of that money. Right now we actually have to put the money out first. We get reimbursed from the province at a later date.
Councillor Wilkinson.
To clarify, we can earmark this in the budget. We're not actually committing to spending the money until we get more information in March.
Through you, Mayor Sallin to Councillor Wilkinson, correct. I will not proceed with anything unless it's council direction.
So is that a motion to defer then? Because otherwise we have the amendment before us to remove it.
I guess the question is we're deferring the motion. Right?
Just give me, yes.
So I would defer this motion to come back then for debate on the 27th of January.
Okay.
So we would have to.
Yep. Okay. Director Catania.
Through your, Mayor Sallin, I don't want to speak for acting CAO or CFO Clark, but it's good discussion that we're having. I just want to make sure that from a financial implication perspective, what does that mean for passing a budget, knowing that you're deferring this till March? So I just raised that because I don't want to speak for him.
He said January 27th for us to come back to this discussion.
For this, okay, without...
For this motion that's on the table to come back. Councillor Dunstall.
Again, unless someone knows of millions of dollars that's going to drop in our lap next year or the year after, again, if we commit to this and we can't follow through, we don't get the money back, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's a motion to defer this motion on the floor to the 27th of January. Is there a seconder for that? A seconder for deferral, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Time and place is the only thing we can question here. I'm not seeing any questions, so all those in favor of deferring to the 27th? All those opposed? That's defeated. So the motion before us is now to remove it from the capital budget for 2025. I will call the question. I think we've had the conversation. So all those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. On to item, this is the New Hamburg Carnegie Library exterior restorations. I would look for either an amendment to keep or to remove. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'm interested in more information on this and potentially revisiting what our future plans are for this building. So I'm looking for more information to really help determine whether or not we want to potentially fund this or not.
Is there particular information, and then you can...
What the plan is for the building moving forward? Is it going to be are we going to continue to use it as in its current form, or do we see it changing use in the future?
Okay, so that is a motion then, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor, but right now to keep it in pending additional information from staff about future use for this property. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Questions or comments on this particular item?
I did have
Councillor
a question.
Dunstall.
And this is to Director Catania. There seems to be the stone and mortar joints. That's a concern to me from a safety perspective for the building. Would that be a concern if this doesn't get repaired?
Through Mayor Sallin and Councillor Dunstall, this is one of our higher priority capital items. We did defer this from last year as well, so yes, from a structural perspective, there is a risk. We need to do an assessment and actually fix this. If not, then there is the chance of dealing with the regional wire load, saying we might have to close the library. I only say that not to be fearful that way. It's just obviously when you look at structural components, we need to get this shored up.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, and just to make the point that I think this would be important. I think we would be risking losing this building if we don't do this upkeep.
Very good. So the motion before us is that this is included and additional information to come back from staff regarding future use. Any other questions or comments at this time? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out the concern about future use. If it's a library, it's a library. So could I have clarification on that?
Through the chair, honestly looking at it, I'm well aware it's a Carnegie building and in its current form is a library. There's obviously been talk about the library system potentially changing. I guess I'm looking at this as well in terms of what is nearby it. Is this asset going to be potentially owned by us in the future? Maybe, maybe not, I don't know. So I'm looking at this and saying, is this potentially someone else's future problem or is this our problem now? Just looking for clarification.
I can slightly weigh in on in terms of your comments about library. So we do own this facility. Regional library staff at Library Committee have noted that they have plans for potentially a different site being used in the future for the New Hamburg Library. However, none of that has been ratified by Regional Library Committee or really at length discussed with staff at this level. So just kind of some general context, because that has been in the public forum, those discussions have happened. So anyone who's watching online and wondering about that as well. But right now it stands that information is simply coming back and that it will be included. So any other comments or questions at the time? Councillor
Sorry, I just want to, so it is going to be included in the budget, is that correct?
That is the amendment or the motion that's on the floor, yes. So that is what we're voting, is to keep it included at this time and get more information. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the picnic table restoration and inventory enhancement. Councillor Dunstall.
Through you, Mayor. I had actually spoken to Director Catania and I had asked him if this is something that perhaps we could get our WO students, perhaps the art students or the woodworking students to work on this and save us $10,000 and give them a project to do, but I'm not quite sure where you landed on that.
Through you, Mayor Sallin and Councillor Dunstall, definitely it's a great suggestion. I've seen like Art in the Park and different communities with their woodworking shops do this, and we would definitely do the same thing. However, we have to look at putting out the money for materials, for the boards, for the picnic tables, the frame. So we really wouldn't be no further ahead, but from a good community standpoint, it's an initiative that our department could take a look at if we were, if this capital project was approved or if approved in future. And
I will just anecdotally add in, our local high school has done projects like this with other communities and groups, but yes, the actual materials still need to be purchased and provided by somebody other than the school. So I would just note that. But any direction that council wants to go on this item? Councillor Dunstall?
I would suggest it move forward with WO being involved if they are willing to do so.
So just for sake of wording, that staff connect with WO and see if that's suitable on their end. Councillor Cressman?
Yes, or any other community groups that would be willing to participate, I think. This,
Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's been accepted by Councillor Dunstall. Is there a seconder for this? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Any other question or comment? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to replace service vehicle 701-14. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I was initially inclined to look at cutting this, given that we were looking at, again, $85,000 new versus potential $20,000 in preserving a vehicle at only 130,000 kilometers worth of use. We had a previous motion passed that's going to ask for more information to come back. So at this point, I'm inclined to leave this as is, pending more information reporting back on maintenance costs, uses, and what potential other repairs you may have to look at, or after spending minimal dollars, will it be roadworthy?
Okay, very good. So that's been put on the floor. Is that seconding, Councillor Dunstall? Okay, just before we get to questions, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Cressman. I will go to Councillor Dunstall first and then Councillor Cressman.
I can't remember. Oh, I remember what I was going to say. Thank you, through you, Mayor. If this goes through and a new vehicle is purchased, what will happen to the current vehicle? Can we sell it, or is this something that we keep for an extra?
Through you, Mayor Solomon, to Councillor Dunstall, just based on the justification sheet from our team, this vehicle would probably go to auction. It's too costly to keep serviceable.
Councillor Cressman.
I'm wondering if there's somebody that we know that could source a used van for us.
I will leave that to staff and their recommendation. That can be left as a comment. But right now before us is the amendment to move forward and get more information from staff. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Next item is Norm Hill Park and Sir Adam Beck Park batting cage restorations. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. My first inclination was to say no to this, but I've been thinking, I've worked as an optimist on some of these large ball tournaments, and I've seen all of the amount of people that come into our township from outside of our township, and it does look very bad. And so I'm always concerned when it's hard enough for our own constituents, but when somebody from outside our township comes in and takes a look and sees such disrepair. So I am undecided at this point, and I'm hoping that some of my peers would weigh in on their opinions.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I certainly appreciate what Councillor Dunstall's putting forward, and obviously we always want to put our best foot forward when we invite outside members of the community in, but looking at this, I am inclined to move that we remove this from the budget, and I put forward that motion in hopes that potentially some community groups can take up this cause.
That's moved by Councillor Wilkinson. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor, all those opposed, and that carries. And on to the St. Agatha Community Centre roof replacement. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I don't know if this building will eventually be sold or not. I've got a motion coming on about the building assets, but obviously it's not going to go anywhere without the roof being fixed. So I would recommend that this stay in.
Okay, Councillor Wilkinson is seconding it, sorry. Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, and that carries unanimously. On to the St. Agatha Community Centre flooring replacement. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I move that we actually defer this. It pains me to do so because I know the pickleballers very much would like to see this happen. However, the roof is more important, and that's a pretty big capital outlay as is. So I'm moving that we defer with the understanding that we're fixing the roof first, and then we can approach the floor later.
And that's seconded by Councillor Dunstall. And Councillor Dunstall may ask a question as well, yes.
Is there an issue, and I know that they play pickleball, can they still play with the floor in the condition it's in, or is it a safety issue? Or do we just ask them to wait until the floor is fixed? I'm just wondering.
Through you, Mayor Sallin and Councillor Dunstall, we're at a point right now where the floor, it should be replaced. We have it, again, buckling and bubbling. It is becoming a safety issue. We're going to do our best. If council's decision is defer, then we'll do our best to keep it, if possible, playable and safe. But if there's a point where it's not safe, then we would have no use of that facility, or at least that floor, for specific activities.
Just a tag-along question to that, would it still be usable conditions for, I know like a lot of stag and does happen there, and for other rentals, would it just be pickleball and other kind of sport activities that it wouldn't be usable, or?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, I'd have to talk to our team, but I believe it's, I don't want to use the word it's safe, but I mean, for passive activities, you probably could give it a pass, but any type of active activity in there, or sport, could be dodgeball, but pickleball's been growing. We've had really great numbers out of that facility. Any type of, plyometric type of cutting and moving, there is a risk of injury, and we just want to make sure that those safety concerns are mitigated with replacing the floor for those activities.
Thank you. So we have a motion to defer this project, sorry, not to include this project. My apologies. Any other questions or comments at this time? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through Mayor. So then are you going to have a stipulation, if this floor is not fixed, that no further physical activity take place in that location?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, and to Councillor Dunstall, yeah, we would do an assessment, and if it's to the point where it's not safe, we'd have to cancel our programming, those active programs, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, to Director Catania. My question relates to, we would never put a new floor in until the roof is fixed. So what's your expectation how quickly that would be done? Because it would maybe result in half the year being lost regardless.
Through you, Mayor Sallin and Councillor Cressman, with our user groups, we've made, I wouldn't say commitment, but we've given the expectation from a timeline perspective that any type of floor repair, if it was approved by council, wouldn't probably take place until the summertime, just based on, obviously, sequencing of doing the roof first. And as everyone can appreciate, going through proper public procurement channels into the roof, coming back to council award, getting that done, yeah, we would be looking at probably the later half of the year now to do a floor if it was approved in the capital budget.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, I don't know if you're going to allow my question or not, because it's sort of changing topics. Is the New Hamburg arena a possibility for pickleball without too much work?
Allow it, because it's talking about possible loss of programming, but then I'm going to really curb and ask that we go back to voting on what's actually before us.
Well, and just to add, the reason I'm asking is, like, I really hate to lose this, and it will affect my vote, because I'm
No, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's about the programming level.
Because I know there's a lot of people that love to play pickleball here.
Mm-hmm. Director Catania.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Martin, there is utilization of the New Hamburg arena, the arena floor space, but I think if everybody's familiar with that facility, it's not heated. There's no air conditioning. So in the dead of summer, it would get extremely hot, but it's really not usable space between I'd say probably November if you were there for Remembrance Day, but from November right through till April. It's difficult to try to have any type of programming when the temperatures are potentially in the single digits or below that. And the other thing I was going to probably add as well when it comes to the whole facility space, you know, with a lot of activities, specifically when you think about racket sports or, you know, it could be just any type of ball sports, you do need sort of that clearance, you need that ceiling height as well. And when it comes to a lot of the other facilities, we would look at different options, but they're really not usable spaces for those type of sports.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, like I said, the motion on the floor is to remove from this year's capital plan. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. On to the Wilmot Arboretum Rejuvenation Project. Councillor Dunstall?
I would motion for that to be removed.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Oh, my apologies, Director Catania would like to make a comment.
Through your Mayor Sallin, this here is through an Innova grant as well. It's our yearly grant that's been awarded, so there's no impact to the tax base. So I just want to ensure that so that you're aware.
I remove my motion.
These are one of these good news stories where we do work with Let's Tree Wilmot. We look at restoration in different areas, our Wilmot Roots giveaway, and there's some remedial work that we want to still do even at the Arboretum. So this is something that's not an impact to the tax base.
It's a beautiful thing. Thank you. I remove my motion.
So would you change your motion to see this go forward?
If there's no cost to the taxpayer, then yes.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? That carries. Okay, WRC, which is to replace rooftop units. Councillor Wilkinson.
Move to include.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Cressman, a question?
Is any of these, if it's a retrofit, does it is it eligible for the 30% funding that comes from the province? Or we're not talking about heat pumps here, this is something totally different?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Cressman. No, this is entirely different. These are existing rooftop HVAC units that service some of the common areas at the building. The cost is a little bit higher than that normally would be for these HVAC units. That's only because, just for just a Coles notes to this, is we're going to require a crane to lift them up, and a specialized crane, because these units were put into the build or on top of the building before the aquatic section was built. Now we really don't have easy access to actually get these up there.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Onto the WRC Aquatic Center Dryotron replacement. Councillor Dunstall.
I would put a motion that this stay in.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other question or comment? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Castle Kilbride and Administrative Complex Maintenance and Asset Replacement Program. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I'm just hoping that maybe we can get a little bit more information on this even right now. Not a huge expense, but I'm wondering if just regular maintenance may be able to preserve these.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Wilkinson, this is kind of the tail end of a long-standing project through Walter Fetty, I believe in 2020. So there's 33 heat pumps throughout this facility, and we're getting to that tail end where we need to really replace the last 3, and it's been kind of every year we've been adding to it. Part of this capital request deals with humidification as well. It kind of dovetails into some of the mural pieces that were deferred from Castle Kilbride, and it's just because of the humidity and lack of it that we've seen some deterioration that way. So obviously when we look at I know that piece was deferred, but this is an important aspect to keep the climate controlled properly to make sure that we're not deteriorating in the interior finishes anymore.
follow-up for Councillor Wilkinson and then Councillor
Through the chair, appreciate it. I would just move to include.
Okay, so it's been moved by Councillor Wilkinson to include, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Councillor Dunstall, question?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask, is there an obligation, because Castle Kilbride is recognized as a national museum, is there some obligation on our part to maintain?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Dunstall, I don't really want to speak out of turn because we do own the facility. I would, you know, it's one of those things where we need to keep in good repair all of our assets, and obviously being a historical facility, we should be doing the same thing.
Any questions or comments? Right now the motion is to include. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Now we are moving on to tab number 5, and that is fire services. The first one is fire station replacement and relocation for New Hamburg Station number 3. Councillor Sadhu.
I just asked that if we could take a quick 5-minute recess before we dive into this.
Absolutely. That's moved by Councillor Sadhu, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Please, moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. We're jumping right into fire services, the fire station replacement and relocation, New Hamburg Station number 3. Who wants to pick up the ball on this one? Gonna start picking guys out. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I think this is driven by the replacement of the ladder truck, and I think I would like to see this complete budget request deferred until pending physical inspection, service history, and maintenance history of the various trucks, as well as some type of history of use of a ladder and what mutual aid would provide in a 100-foot ladder, how close is one to us, etc.
Okay, so that's been moved by Councillor Cressman. Is that seconded by Councillor Wilkinson? Any other questions or comments, Councillor Wilkinson?
Through the chair, I'd also consider more information regarding why this is being front-loaded to this year. I mean, to my knowledge, we approved the engineering and architectural design, have yet to approve any plans or movement forward, but reviewing past capital plans, this was earmarked to be paid $5 million over 2026 and 2027. Just looking at this capital request sort of being front-loaded, and then obviously piggybacking on needing more information regarding the apparatus.
Councillor Cressman, are you willing to have that added on to your amendment, or would you prefer that to be separate?
I'm comfortable with that.
Okay, and I will go over, I know Chief Leeson wanted to make a comment.
Through the chair, I'm going to have to caution council right now about one issue. The aerial that you're speaking to is 25 years old. It is not 20 years old. It is not 15 years old. It is already at its end of life. Regardless of use, it is required in the township, and we cannot rely on a neighbor to bring an aerial in for a variety of reasons. One most important reason is, what if they're using their ladder and we can't get it? What if they can't bring it to us? Then we're now lowering the level of service to the community. Now, this council can make the decision, and I'll be very honest, you can defer the station build, you can tell us that we're not buying a new aerial ladder, that's fine, but you're going to have to go to the community and tell them that we're no longer able to do certain things. So when the 6-story building gets built and we can't reach the top of it, we have to go to the community and tell them we can't do that. We cannot deliver that level of service. So there's no issue with council making those decisions, but as your fire chief, we've gone through a great deal of planning beginning in 2018, and we've come to this point, and now I understand that there's funding issues, but I have to caution you that we're now toying with the level of service in the community, and we are now going to lower that level of service if we don't continue to provide these assets to the community. The fire station is not a critical asset to the community. As far as we have one, it's operational, but the aerial that we need to purchase to future-proof our community is one of the components, not the only component, but one of the components why the new fire station needs to be built. So I just want to make sure council is clear on that, very clear on that.
Okay. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I can appreciate your mentioning the 6-story building and having an issue with that. When buildings are being built, they're built with pretty extensive sprinkler systems, correct? So I'm just wondering, is the fire department involved when those decisions are being made about the sprinklers, how many put in, that kind of thing?
Through the chair, the building code speaks to all of those requirements based on building size, number of stories, square footage. There's a variety of components that require a fire alarm system, B, a sprinkler system. The aerial, the fact that the building may have a sprinkler system doesn't necessitate that you don't need an aerial, because if people are at the higher floors and they need to be rescued, that ladder has to get to those higher floors. That's the reason. I mean, this is a difficult conversation because we're talking about public safety, and we are now council is in a position now where you're going to have to decide the fate of public safety in Township of Wilmot. That's where we're sitting right now. So I'll provide you the advice and recommendations. You have those before you. It's council's decision then to how do we move forward with that.
Councillor Sadhu.
Just to follow up to that, I have a question. I believe Woolwich has an aerial from 1987, so according to you, how is that still possible if they have an aerial that's 37 years old and still operating just fine?
I would maybe just suggest, instead of debating this with staff, that information maybe be brought back with the additional requested information. I don't know how much we keep in track with other.
So I would ask that that further information come back, along with a solid price on a used aerial from a reputable company that could help us decide on which way we want to move forward.
Okay, so I'm also going to just say I need clarity from our first mover and seconder, because I know we've now started talking about the aerial truck, which is technically another item. Is it only the station that you wanted to defer pending more information, or is it the trucks as well?
I realize the station is a function of a 100-foot aerial.
Yes.
And I understand the rationale of age and where it fits in. I guess my question is, I've heard some interface with others is, does a 100-foot aerial, is it capable of traversing downtown New Hamburg? It requires specialized drivers. Are those available? So I'm really looking at a number of things and information on the 100-foot versus a 75-foot, and that, I guess, is part of it, because I think it feeds into the new station requirements.
So is it fair to say that the first 3 fire service items you're including in your motion to defer pending this information coming back?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not doubting what the chief says. Yep. I'm just looking for additional information, so I'm confident that that we as a council have all the facts. And I realize he did a great deal of work over the holidays, but it's, in terms of putting 15 pages together, I'm just trying to look for some additional pieces, seeing how other rural municipalities are facing the same questions that we are.
Okay, so just to recap where we are then. So it's the first 3 fire service capital budget requests right now that on the floor, moved by Councillor Cressman and seconded by Councillor Wilkinson, that they are deferred pending this additional information. The time that it's getting deferred, is this the 27th that you're wanting that information to come back? / I guess I might look to the chief, because I know you asked for some technical inspections back as well.
I'm open and what is reasonable. I don't want to expect things that aren't, but again, I think the opportunity to have, if it's available, but for the 27th, I'm all ears. And would appreciate it anyhow.
Okay, Chief, is that a reasonable timeline to have that information back that's been requested?
Through the chair, through the chair, yes, I will do my absolute best to have it to you back by that date. And if I can't, I'll communicate through acting CAO, CFO, Clark, to let council know. But I will do my absolute best to bring this information forward.
Very good. Thank you, Chief. So then going back to Councillor Sadhu, were you looking to make an amendment to the motion for the additional information that you had requested?
Yes, I'd like to make because we're going to group this all in together for the other 2 asks for the aerial, to have forward a costed out used option that would come with the age, service of life, etc., to be included in that package information back to us.
Okay, so we need to deal with now your amendment. Is there a seconder to that? Councillor Wilkinson. Any questions or comments on that amendment, Councillor Dunstall?
I just wanted to double check. I had asked Chief Leeson for a copy of the inspection reports on the vehicles, and I'm not sure if that's included in this. If not, then, I mean, this would be an amendment to amendment to amendment, but I would like to make sure that's added.
It was already included in Councillor Cressman's first motion.
Thank you.
So that will definitely be included in the information we've requested. So now we have the amendment moved and seconded. I will call the vote on the amendment. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Now we have the motion as amended. Are there any other comments or questions on that? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? All those opposed? And that carries. So now we're going to skip forward to fire services. The fire attack nozzles is the next item, as we lumped those three other ones already. I will look if anybody wants to keep or defer. Okay, it's been moved by Councillor Cressman to keep in the capital budget. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Fire extinguisher trainer. Councillor Wilkinson.
Move to remove. We discussed this last year as well. I will say I had a conversation with a few folks around the township who are very familiar with fire, work as professional firefighters in other departments. This is not something that they actually suggest they even see in some of their fully funded salaried positions. So I think nice to have, luxury item in my opinion. I would move to remove.
Is there a seconder for that removal? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Any comments or questions? All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. On to the administrative vehicle for fire services. Anyone? At this rate, we're going to be here pretty late. I'm looking if anybody wants to either keep it in, ask more questions, or remove it. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I think, again, tough budget year, looking at purchasing another vehicle right now. I don't know that that's on our palette at the moment, so I would be looking to remove this.
Sorry, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Councillor Dunstall, is there a question?
There is. Chief, is there an inspection report on this vehicle?
No, it's not. It doesn't require an annual safety. It's treated as a passenger vehicle.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions or comments. All those in favor of removing? All those opposed? That carries. The next administrative vehicle for fire services as well, under growth and new. Councillor Dunstall.
How to include this?
Okay, that's been moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I guess question regarding the anhydrous ammonia detection. This would be to either Chief or Director Catania. Do we have the current capacity to detect this within the facility itself? Even, pardon me, if there was a leak, say for instance, would the equipment installed still have the potential to detect that levels had reached acceptable levels down the road? And then further to that, if I may, typically ammonia related to ice production, if I'm correct, is usually in a pretty well secure, sealed off area. Can you comment on that at all, please?
Through you, Mayor Sallin, to Councillor Wilkinson, and I'll let the chief jump in a second here. We do have ammonia detection. We have safety protocols that are in place and detection where our staff know not to go into the plant room at certain ppms or parts per million for ammonia. When it comes to, sorry, what was, maybe it's getting late in the evening.
Through the chair, so detection, this is suggesting to detect, say, if it were to enter the building outside of the plant.
So you're correct. We do, most refrigeration plants in any type of recreational facility are what you consider your service area, like they're away from the public. They're in an area that really only staff can access, and it's designed properly, so this way public safety is in mind. So that's not an issue. I think from a procedural perspective, when we look at certain emergency procedures and protocols, our staff, or at least the Parks and Rec or community service staff, are trained. However, we advise not to really enter the plant room, and we would actually have the professional emergency services do such a thing. So I'll let the chief speak about detection and why they might need it when it comes to actually entering a plant room. We only would see a reading and then advise whether or not to even proceed further from that point.
Any other questions or comments on this? Oh, sorry, Chief Leeson.
Through the chair, so we had a recent event at the WRC by which the detection system in the room functioned as required, and staff reacted appropriately and did a great job. Everything worked out well. However, when fire services arrived, we weren't sure if there was an ammonia leak that had migrated into the remainder of the building. The building is not, the plant room is not hermetically sealed. So it can migrate, and we have no way of knowing if there's any ammonia migrating into the rest of the space. So then the question became, do we let people back in or not? Is it safe or not? Is it safe for our people to enter or not? We have breathing apparatus to wear, but that doesn't help the public. So there were a lot of delays about public safety. So this is one of those devices we require to answer that question. And there are other facilities in the community that also use anhydrous ammonia, and these devices would benefit us should any requirements be down the road. So it really is about public safety and firefighter safety and worker safety for the WRC staff as well.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I do just want to note, I called it the wrong project title, but thank you for all knowing what page we were on and that it was the ammonia gas detection and not a new vehicle. Sure. Councillor Cressman.
Remind me again whether the motion says...
The motion is to include at this point in time. So all those in favor, all those opposed, and that carries. And now we're moving on to tab number 6, and this is infrastructure services, starting with the Baden Trunk sanitary sewer. Councillor Sadu.
I would vote to include.
Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to our next item. It's the Victoria Booley reconstruction. Councillor Dunstall.
This was deferred, correct? Director Molyneux?
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Sorry, what was the question?
This was deferred from last year.
Councillor Cressman.
And just to confirm, it's noted it's needed because of the Nithview expansion, so it's going to have to happen at some point in time.
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct. There is a portion that is tied to development and growth.
Councillor Dunstall.
So for this year, it's $50,000?
Through you, Mayor, no. So this year we're asking for the total estimated project cost of $5 million. There is a line here that speaks to the capital transfer to operating as a result of the staff time working on the project.
Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Sallin, I didn't realize ahead of time how much Nithview would be affecting these decisions. So again, I didn't think that I would have a pecuniary interest on this, but if it's only about Nithview, I knew that the roads needed to be replaced, And so I knew that this was a project we were working on, but if my colleagues are saying this is only because of Nithview, then I feel like I shouldn't participate.
Through you, Mayor, no, there's a portion that is tied to Nithview, and we'll say growth in general. It's not, Nithview is not the primary and only driver of this project.
Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to the CEO, is this debentures that we have and debt that we have already secured and are prepared to utilize, or I'm just, it always worries me about where's the money coming from?
To you, Madam Mayor, or through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. No, none of these projects are funded from debt that are in this binder. None of these 2025 projects are funded from debt. There's no debt proposed in any of these projects. They all rely on reserve funding in one manner or another.
Councillor Dunstall.
Through you, Mayor. Director, you mentioned that there was just a small portion for Nithview, that wasn't the primary. So what is the primary?
It is a split of a number of things. Road reconstruction is obviously part of the ask here as well, and there is some parking that isn't necessarily tied to. There's a portion tied to Nithview, but there's also other parking in that area, and so we know that there's some cleanup to do with respect to the on-road parking. In addition to that, there's a multi-use trail component that will be incorporated, and it's part of our trail network and connectivity. And in addition to that, there's a portion of the region's water main reconstruction that we are including as part of this work. And so that piece is a link that is missing between what the region has already constructed up until Hamilton Road, and then they've also constructed a portion to Riverside.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Acting CAO Clark. So we will have, after we go through these, an idea of what kind of tax-based funding we will need to support our wish list of infrastructure. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. So tonight, the motions you are proposing are not approval or elimination of the projects. You're giving us direction on how to prepare another budget. The funding that I've indicated, the only project that I see right now that actually has an impact that reduces the funding requirement is if we didn't proceed with New Hamburg Arena, because that's the only project that comes out. Everything else just moves out a year. So it's just a timing of funding level, so there might be an opportunity to phase in the increase, but that funding envelope's still required. So at the end of this, yes, I could tell you a timing and the pace that we need to get the funding together, but at the end of the day, the order of magnitude isn't going to change significantly based on the work we're doing tonight.
So I would need a motion on if we're including or excluding this project for 2025. Councillor Cressman? To include, is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to Louisa Street reconstruction, Brewery Street to Foundry Street design. Councillor Stu?
I would move that we move forward with this.
Motion to include, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to Stone Street and Huron Road sewer extension and water main design. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, move to include.
Include, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Cressman for a question.
So just so I'm clear, low pressure sanitary sewer system, is this making waste flow uphill, or what's the uniqueness of low pressure? I'm just intrigued by the uniqueness of it.
Through you, Mayor, yes. So it's a smaller area, and there is a portion that would need to be serviced with a smaller size pressure system, yes. So grading, I think in terms of the topography in the area, yes, there is a portion that would need a pressurized, pumped system, a smaller size.
Any other questions or comments? Right now it's to include. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. On
I
to
thought every Thursday, you know, it's payday.
Jacob Street cross-section repair and sanitary, Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Jacob Street was also deferred last year.
Through you, Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so, and can you explain the work here? Is this to do with the driveway issues that we've come across from some constituents?
Yes, through you, Mayor. So this is, it started with a complaint-driven process, we'll say. We reconstructed this road between 10 and 15 years ago, and when we reconstructed the road, the profile was dropped about a foot from where the center line is currently, and so it dropped too far to blend into the boulevards and into driveways cleanly, we'll say. And so we do have some issues with some sloping, and we've had those complaints, and that was the initial driver of this project. To bring it forward last year, and then this year we did bring it forward with some other elements, including some of the I&I work that we would be proposing, so that we'd be relining the sewer while we're working in the area.
I see that you mentioned concrete sanitary needs to be reviewed. Can you explain that a little bit from 1961? That additional cost?
Through you, Mayor. So this is a reflection of what we call CCTV work. And so when we say review sewers, we mean putting a camera into the sewer to evaluate where the defects are and where, say, structural cracks might be, or where there might be some joint issues that might be bringing in I&I, inflow and infiltration. And so that's what this really speaks to, is that it's an older sewer. We expect it's going to be leaking. And so while we're there, we're going to investigate it, and then we're going to address that through relining of the sewer.
And how much is that component? Do you know what the breakout is from the 650?
Through you, Mayor. So the way that the funding is broken up, we do have about $400,000 of sanitary work. The investigative work would probably be in the range of $15,000 to $30,000 on its own. That would be on the high side of investigative costs, but that would be sort of a ballpark for that work.
So I'd be looking for someone to move to keep in or to remove. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, maybe just to summarize, part of the reason we deferred this last year was just to repair the road, but given that there's a substantial chunk of this that will obviously reduce I&I, which in turn will assist our wastewater system, and as well cut some costs related to the sewage system. I can understand the desire for this. I mean, it is tough, but looking at this budget, I mean, I came in with an open mind, wanting to address really infrastructure concerns and make sure that we invest in infrastructure. So if there are projects that we're looking to fund, this would be one I would like to include. And I mean, we could always revisit it. I mean, we're not making any final decisions tonight, but I would move that we include and then wait to see what the final number is.
Okay, so a motion to include, seconded by Councillor Martin. Any other questions or comments? All those, oh, sorry, Councillor Cressman.
So just so I'm clear here, we haven't done the camera work to determine whether it's serious I&I, correct? So I guess I was on the borderline, maybe in the middle of the street on this one, trying to figure out whether we would go ahead because it was steep driveways, etc. But okay, thank you.
All right, I will call the vote then. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. On to Centennial, Hillview Crescent, Huron Street Sanitary Realigning and Greenwood Easement Design. Councillor Dunstall.
I would move for this to move forward.
All right, motion has been put forward for it to remain. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Martin. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to Beams Court, Grandview Avenue, Hunter Street, and Huron reconstruction. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So am I correct that part of the Beams Court don't have sanitary sewers and they would be added in with this project?
Through you, Mayor, the assumption I have is that there's largely servicing in the area. There may be some odd locations where maybe there's not, but yeah, most of these are related to I&I. So this project is related to I&I. That's a primary driver, obviously. So yes, there would be sewers in the area.
Councillor Dunstall for a follow-up.
I would move this forward.
Okay. I'm going to look for a seconder and then go to Councillor Martin for a comment. Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Salmon. This question is to Director Mullen, we've now looked at Centennial and Stone, and then this is nearby. Is there any benefit to doing this whole area together?
Through you, Mayor, yes, there is.
Any other questions or comments? Maybe we can take a note from Director Mullen Hughes, just very to the point. All right, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to our next item, which is Petersburg Water System Design. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to Director Mullen Hughes, real quick. Part of the conversation that we had at the Committee of the Whole was to discuss the funding related to design. Does this answer that question, or should we defer and wait till the 27th?
Through you, Mayor, this is part and parcel with that. So when we bring a report on the 27th, it will be tied to this ask. This ask is probably the smaller portion of, we'll say, for design. However, it does give us something to initiate at least this year and to work with. So this is the two reports, this justification sheet and the report will be they'll coincide.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I mean, again, keeping in mind to the folks watching, we're not making any definite decisions, but I would move to include also pending more information coming on the 27th.
Seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, did you have a question as well on that note? Okay, Councillor Cressman.
Just a question given through you, Mayor, to Director Mullen. Is this going to be applied to the individual owners or,
Through you, Mayor, that is the assumption, and that's how staff would recommend. However, that's certainly up to you as council to decide how that proceeds. And so that's why the sheet references the TBD.
All right, I will call the vote to include at this point in time, pending more information. All in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the annual pavement restoration hot mix asphalt urban plan. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. This happens every year, right? Annually? Good indicator.
Through you, Mayor, yes, every year.
I would move this forward.
Seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I was unable to find the information accurately, but how much of an increase is this over last year, or is it a carryover?
Through you, Mayor, so maybe just speaking to the two items, because we do have one for rural as well. And so what we're asking for is $800,000 for hot mix and the $600,000 marker for township, more or less, or urban and rural. What we'd had in previous years is about a $500,000 ask and a $300,000 ask for the two, respectively. So this work does also tie to, I guess the increase in work ties to the road needs study as well. And so if you do recall that you gave us direction to come back with two options. One was a price increase or cost increase for year one, marginal cost increase, if you will. And that, if you recall, correlated with a reduction in PCI values first, and then it came back up. And then the other option was a far more expensive option, but then you saw the PCIs recover quicker earlier. So this is sort of a blend between the two where we've invested a little bit more earlier so that the PCIs can begin to increase much sooner.
Okay. So it's already been moved to include, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Now this one's going to be on the rule component. Yes, Councillor Cressman.
Can I ask a question in retrospect now that we passed it?
Yes,
Does that
you may.
mean we automatically include the 20% inflation value on a year-over-year basis from here on forward and for the next 10 years and then 5% thereafter, or does it come in front of us on an annual basis?
Through you, Mayor, so this is for the ask for this year.
Yes.
Every year you can certainly determine how you want to proceed from there. We have loaded within the 10-year capital plan. It won't be the option 2 or option 3 that you saw in the report. It will be sort of a blended version that carries forward from what we had proposed here for this first year. But yes, to answer your question, you will have a chance again next year and certainly years following to revisit.
Very good. So now we are looking at annual road restoration for rural PIC. Councillor Wilkinson.
Move to include.
Seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to our next item, which is annual sidewalk program. Councillor Sadhu.
I would move to include.
Seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor for including? All those opposed? And that carries. On to Carmel Kosh on-road parking facility. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I think we had a pretty robust discussion about this. And at the time, I believe we were looking for more information to come back from Rare Charitable Reserve. But at this point, I would be looking to cut this from the capital plan.
Okay, so that's moved to remove it. Is that seconded by Councillor Dunstall? Any other questions or comments? Councillor Dunstall?
Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mayor. I just want to know if we could contact all those people from Waterloo and Kitchener who wanted us to get this done and see if they would contribute to the 100 and something thousand to help our taxpayers. Just wondering if that was considered.
Through you, Mayor. Yes. So we have met with Rare a few times. We actually are in the process of we'll say negotiating an agreement to work together on a solution, and that would include, I guess, depending on how the terms are negotiated, that we may come back and tell you that Rare may donate, but we don't know exactly how that's going to come forward at this point. So this ask right now is just for the budget value for the project, but the expectation is we will be coming back to you with a report to speak to what we're hopeful for in terms of a funding agreement and a funding arrangement with Rare.
Councillor Cressman.
Yes, that creates the question, why wouldn't we defer it until we get the information from Rare rather than having it included in our... I won't even comment. Why wouldn't we defer this and not include it in our budget increase until we have that information?
So
I understand.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask, is that a motion to defer then until we have further information from Rare? That is what is on the floor. Sorry, I got a little bit lost. We were really in a pattern here. Okay, so that's already on the floor and moved and seconded, so I guess I will call all those in favor. That carries unanimously. On to Regional Traffic Calming Program. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, looking to include.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Questions? Councillor Cressman.
So does the region ante up some money on this as well, or is this?
Through you, Mayor, yes. The region did the project manager. They're obviously stick handling this, their portion, and we're included. We're along for the ride, if you will. So they do have a portion of their own, and we are along with that.
Questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. Traffic calming design and implementation. Councillor Cressman.
Can I ask a question before I have a motion to include?
Yes, you may.
This is our staff initiating, and I think we have a certain amount of not dedicated staff, but staff capability in this area, correct?
Through you, Mayor. So the request is for $150,000 of capital budget. There is a portion of staff costs that are identified in that. I'm looking at the total estimated design cost there. That would be what would tie to our staffing costs for anything that we would have to design. Now, just to bring you back to the traffic calming program and what we had talked about, there is a process to review. And so when we go through the process, it's going to take a few months to get some of these projects in front of you to make decisions on what to invest and where in terms of traffic calming, because there are going to be priorities that come out of a few studies, and they may be conflicting priorities in terms of costs and locations. So, so this really is a sort of an earmarker of $150,000 with the $20,000 being a staff design cost.
So do I have a motion to include or exclude? Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I know this is a program that I think a lot of folks would like to see funded, so I move to include.
Is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? All those opposed? And that's defeated. On to infrastructure inspection, OREG 47210. Just one moment, I'm having a note be made to me. So I'm just being told, and this is the first time it's happened out of like over 20 items, but because the motion was to include and it got defeated, but in theory it's already included into the base budget, we would need a motion to exclude just to ensure that there is clear direction to staff. Councillor Cressman's moving to exclude, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Okay. Now we're going on to structure inspection for OREG 472-10. Councillor Dunstall.
I think it's regulatory, so I vote to include.
Okay, that's moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Sadhu. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Huron Road intersection safety review. Councillor Wilkinson.
Tough one to sort of look at, but knowing the road somewhat, and I know my colleague would know it better, but I was looking at this and looking to move that we cut this.
Okay, so I have a motion to remove. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Councillor Cressman for a question or comment? And sorry, I'm being redirected to Director Mullenhees.
Through you, Mayor. So I would suggest this is one that is a higher risk for us in terms of our road network. We do have some accident history on a few of our intersections that we do need to proceed with some sort of a safety review. So I would not suggest that cutting the entire amount would be appropriate. I think if you'd like to cut back, we can look at maybe changing up some of the scope. However, there are a number of locations along here on road that we need to review. And it is identified, so it is very much a risk for us. If there was to be an accident with an injury or something to that effect, we would be considered highly liable in that situation.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Given the advice from our Director of Public Works, I will withdraw my motion. Willing to listen to maybe amendments to this or potential for inclusion.
Okay, Councillor Cressman.
Yes, that being said, do you have any suggestion through you, Mayor, Director Mullenhouse, about what would be an appropriate number to investigate? I know Sandhills is one corner. I know Trustler Road's another one. So those are two that come to my mind immediately as high impact intersections? No pun intended.
Through you, Mayor, yeah. So there, we could likely reduce to 3 or 4 intersections, but I would note that when we present the number of intersections here, the safety review may not be the same for each, and some of them will be much more costly because of the alignment of the intersection, or because of the accident history, or because of other elements that we have to look at. And so we do need to have a closer look at the 3 or 4 priority intersections to know what scope and what budget would be associated with those.
So Councillor Cressman for a follow-up, and then Councillor Dunstall and Councillor Martin.
Yes, I would say, given that information, could we defer this decision until further information from Director Molyneux, or would we put a placeholder of half the money requested into the budget? I'm looking for direction.
Through you, Mayor, I think just it would be challenging to come back to you in a week's time with some detailed information. My preference is that you give us a portion of the budget, and we'll try to do our best to work within it, and we'll take it from there. We are going to have to RFP the work to a consultant, because it is a traffic engineering type matter, and so we have staff that can process, we'll say, traffic issues and traffic complaints and manage that program that we have, but not the consultancy services that would be needed for this type of work.
Councillor Dunstall.
I would put a motion forward that this go through as is.
Okay, I do just need to confirm, because I realized, Councillor Cressman, you hadn't asked, but you didn't actually make a motion. So I just want to make sure that you weren't trying to make a motion at that point in time. You can make amendments to what's on the floor. I just want to make sure that I wasn't cutting you off there. Okay. So it's been moved to include by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Martin, did you have a comment to make at all? Okay. Any amendments, comments, or questions on that? Councillor Cressman.
Yeah, I guess I, with some trepidation, try to change this, but I would look at amending it to $25,000.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. So we will vote on the amendment, which is to reduce the full amount to $25,000. Questions or comments on that part? Councillor Dunstall.
Do I have to agree to that friendly amendment?
It's not a friendly amendment. That's why we're going to vote on it.
It's not a friendly amendment.
Right,
okay.
But that's why we're voting on it. So if it passes, then it's added to the motion. If it fails, then it just goes back to your motion as already worded.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so on the amendment to make it to $25,000, all those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, and that carries. And now the motion as amended, which is to include, but with a maximum of $25,000. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the sanitary flow monitoring and modeling. Councillor Dunstall.
I think that's from the I&I report, is that correct? I would motion for this to go forward.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Comments or questions? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to sanitary and storm closed circuit TV. Councillor Martin.
I would move to include this.
Okay. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Comments or questions? I guess I am just curious on the CCTV. Is there any ongoing operational costs that this ensues that we'll see show up on the operational side?
Through you, Mayor, there is a portion of operating that comes back from this capital, yes, and that is because we have staff to manage contractors and to manage contract administration and inspection as well. So it is a contracted service. We do not have the capabilities in-house, but there is a portion of operating associated with that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cressman.
Through you, Mayor, to Director Molyneux, is this only one hardware piece of equipment that we would have to be able to do this in 7 years, or every 7 years, or is that we have multiple units that are capable?
Through you, Mayor, so this is an annual program. This is not a purchase of any hardware or any equipment or any software. This is hiring a contracted service to do a number of a certain length of sanitary sewer inspections. And so they show up with their equipment and they put a camera into the sewer, and they do it in a number of different locations. It's an annualized program, so this will be a consistent and annual ask in the 10-year capital.
Okay, so right now it's on the floor to include. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. On to consulting services for traffic engineering, preliminary and detailed design for Huron Road. Councillor Dunstall.
I would ask that this be deferred. I did speak to Director Mullen-Hoos, and I know that both of the consulting services have been deferred for a couple of years, and I would like to do so again this year.
Okay, so a motion to remove from this year, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cressman.
I'd like to catch that vehicle that was doing 135 through Hayesville. Director has a question.
Yes, Director Mullen-Hoos.
Through you, Mayor, if I may. So there's 3 consulting services that we're looking at, one for Hayesville, one for Mannheim, and then one for Wilmot Line. The 2 asks for Hayesville and for Mannheim, you may recall those were brought up in the motion earlier this year to look at it through the budget process, and so this is what the ask is. If we are deferring it, this is one that we would benefit from deferring them both or potentially all 3.
Councillor Dunstall.
I would ask all 3 be deferred.
Councillor Wilkinson, are you okay with that? Very good. Councillor Cressman.
Yes, I hate to be in a situation of passing the news back to Mannheim, because they were quite Mannheim side road, but unfortunately this is the situation we are in, and let's hope we can possibly do it. Yes, there's a...
Through you, Mayor, so just to expand on, in addition to the Huron Road studies as well, these are ones that are going to have to be addressed though in the shorter term window, and so that's something for council to consider, that if you are deferring for a year, you will be looking at it very likely to have all 3 done in 2026, and so those are still significant asks, and just something for you to be aware of, that if it does get deferred from this year, we'll be asking for it again quickly.
Okay, so now on the table is to defer the Huron Road, the Mannheim Road, and the Wilmot Line. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, I mean, to Director Mullen-Hoos's point, there is obviously some requirements here related to EAs and things that need to be done, but I guess, yes, we maybe look at deferring this and cutting this right now, but we should see this reflected in our capital budget forecast that would come back, correct? So with that said, let's ensure that if we do move to do that, that we're at least seeing that properly plotted into the coming years. That's all I would ask.
Okay, I will call the question to defer all 3. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the Hayesville District Meter Chamber. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. This again came through an I&I report to help identify any leaks and look to reduce them, so I would ask to move this forward.
Okay, motion to move forward. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. Questions or comments? All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to the salt dome replacement. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Question. I've got a note here that building replacement, current building has cracks in structure in high wind event, loses 2 to 3 panels. Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Through you, Mayor. So the two items are separate. The first, the structural crack issue was identified in 2020 in the building condition assessments that we undertook. The recommendation was to undergo further study of the cracks. The other item, the panels, because of the way our salt dome is situated, it does catch quite a bit of wind. And looking at, I'm going to say the last 5 years, we've replaced a significant number of the panels, the roof panels, just because of wind damage or because of environmental conditions. And they are costly to replace. And so we do know we also have growth that we need to address with this particular structure. We are going to have more materials that we need to store. And so we're making this recommendation to replace, because at some point we are, when we do have the growth here, it's going to be a request within a 5 to 10 year window anyways. And so our request is to start that design process now so that we can be ahead and be prepared for the growth need.
Thank you. I would ask for this to be moved forward, Mayor.
Okay, to include, seconded by Councillor Martin. Councillor Wilkinson, no, okay. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to Huron Road number 24/B-T12. Councillor Martin.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, just to confirm, it looks like this is a safety issue. Is that correct, Director Mollenhouse?
Through you, Mayor, so this would be certainly a forthcoming safety issue. With any of our structures like this, we see these typical kinds of deficiencies, and so at some point it's not one to be recommending closing the road, but it is one that we need to get ahead of and work on replacement.
So I would move that we move forward with this.
Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. Councillor Cresswell.
Yes, would it be replaced with a like structure, or is there any opportunity to use any other substance that isn't, spalling, etc., isn't part of the problem?
Through you, Mayor, so in in road settings like Huron Road, because it is a high volume road, we would not look to change the structure type, we'll say. I assume when you say a light structure, you're talking about like a corrugated steel or something like that? Yes. Yeah, this is not one that we would recommend for that type of an installation, because it is a higher volume road and they do have shorter lifespans. The corrugated steel does in terms of versus a box culvert, for example. I would say if we are managing our assets appropriately, and bridges are sort of a forgotten one sometimes, or an underfunded one, I should say. If we're doing the proper maintenance work and we're taking, preventative repairs and stuff like that, preventative maintenance, then we can get ahead of some of these things and address them rather than, show up at year 80 of the life cycle and see that it's close to failure.
Okay, so we have a motion to include for this one already moved and seconded. So I will call the question. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to Burlett's Road 4-B-T2. Councillor Sadhu.
I would vote to include.
Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to non-OSIM structure replacement. Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I noticed that there was a report, an inspection report of 381 culverts, and that 33 are an immediate concern, and then 53 are in poor condition. The 125,000, that covers everything or just those?
Through you, Mayor, so this is an ask that we would have to prioritize. It's a multi-year ask, so we'd have to prioritize out of the number of culverts that are listed there. We'd have to choose which ones are the highest priority to address. It can range depending on a number of factors, things like how far down from the road surface is the culvert, what type of a culvert is it, what size, are there utilities in the area? So those are some of the drivers of the cost that we see. And so in some cases, we can see a non-OSIM culvert that might be a large size and might be deep. You know, it might cost us close to $150,000 to replace that item. These are items that haven't been on our asset registry until, I'm going to say, the last 2 or 3 years because of our investment in inspections and stuff like that. And we've had a few in the past where they failed. Christner Road is a good example. They failed, and it's cost us almost 40% more to replace because it's an emergency replacement. So again, this is just an annual ask so that we can prioritize the non-OSIM culverts.
Motion to include.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. On to guide rail / Chevron program. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, motion to include.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Oxford Waterloo Road Bridge option number 2. Councillor Dunstall.
I would motion for it to be removed. It's not a necessity, and so that would be my motion.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Sadhu. Okay, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, question on this to Director Mullenhughes. If I'm not mistaken, we have to do something related to this bridge in terms of closing off access and changing. Is that correct? This was the cheapest option, if I'm not mistaken?
Through you, Mayor. So I wouldn't suggest you have to do something. There could be something operationally that if we needed to close the structure and just operate how we have been the last 3 or 4 years, that could be a sort of a short-term strategy. What we had proposed to you was to make a turnaround for the plow, so it'd be easier to do turnaround movements and to create sort of a trail area. And then also there's some structural rehabilitation just for the abutments that would have to take place. And so they're minor repairs when it comes to the bridge structure if we're only opening it to lighter, we'll say, duty type stuff, rather than proper vehicles, and not opening it again to the road. So again, it could stay the way that it is. We could do some operational, we could include some operational items to make it, we'll call it safe in the area, and then that would be the limit of what we would do for this year, but yep.
Councillor Dunstall.
Through you, Mayor. Director Mullenhughes, you looked like you wanted to say something earlier and I didn't, and I wanted to make sure it was maybe something that would change my mind. I don't know, so I would love to hear what you were going to say.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I guess it was just maybe it's the language of remove versus defer. So I'm just.
Thank you. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Defer. Thank you.
Yes, and just to clarify, I'm just using from a procedural standpoint, not using the word defer so that there's not an expectation that it's coming back in a month or 2. But yes, this isn't disappearing from our capital plan over the multiple years, correct? Okay, so right now it's to remove from the 2025 capital plan. All those in favor? And all those opposed? And that carries. Fleet and equipment replacement program. Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair, this is one where I'm interested in potentially having it included, but pending the return of more information, very similar to when we were examining other vehicles.
Okay, so do you want the same type of information back then?
Yes.
Okay, and is there a seconder for that? Seconded by Councillor Dunstall. I'm assuming time and place would be for the 27th. Okay, and all those in favor? That carries unanimously. We have now made it through the capital budget request form, so I believe that should give staff some direction on what to bring forward for the 27th for our consideration, as well as additional information. So we are not dealing then with the proposed motion because that's void. So we will now move on to item number 8.2, which is my next motion. So I will turn it back over to Acting Chair Cressman, please.
anyhow, I invite Mayor Salonen to introduce her motion, her notice of motion.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair. Sorry, I was just reading the wrong part here. So the motion that I'm bringing forward is, I know that back in the fall, we did bring forward a new reserve plan. However, upon further reflection and looking at other practices in other communities, as well as hearing from our community kind of the need for, I guess, more transparency on how we use our reserves and ensuring that we have practices set up in place, that there's reporting back to council. What I've proposed is if there's overages above and beyond $20,000, it comes back to council, and then the establishment of dedicated reserves beyond what is already legislated. We're still keeping those reserves, obviously, but so that there's a clearer understanding when we're putting away funds and when those are being used, that they're coming from a certain amount versus it being one giant pot where perhaps there's a bigger spend in one department which may impact another department's possibility to use reserves for that year. I'm really looking at this as setting ourselves that foot forward on better health in the future and kind of this being the groundwork. And then also in there, it is asking that staff bring back a policy on when funds go over, as well as if funds from one capital need to be transferred to another for any reason, that comes back in a policy form that will come back to council as well, just to keep another check and balance, which I think we've heard pretty loud and clear from our community that they're looking for that accountability from council. Councillor Dunstall? Or, sorry, I'm not chairing.
Do I have a seconder?
I want to ask a question before it's seconded. Is that possible?
I think we should second it first, and I'm chair.
Okay, then I will second. All right, I will second it.
Your question?
Thank you. I want to ask, Mayor, is there a reason why you used a dollar amount versus a percentage?
Yes. So originally I was thinking a percentage, and then I realized our capital costs can range greatly from a like $10 million project to some we saw are $20,000. So if you have a percentage, that can be a drastically different number.
Perfect sense. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions? I have one question, and I think it would be through me to acting CAO. What are the guardrails or whatever that are put in place by other municipalities in terms of preventing this from occurring? I think, like Mayor Salonen, I heard it loud and clear. How do we know, how can we trust you as a council to prevent you from going and doing what previous councils had done, or councils in the future? And I think this is a positive step, but do you see anything else missing from this that would give the public, our ratepayers, the assurances that the guardrails are in place?
You are the chair, so through to the chair. This is a difficult one for me to answer, in that what I proposed in September is actually is best practice, and so this is contrary to the policy that we put in place. In terms of guide rails, there's a lot of things here that it can help in presenting the budget. At the end of the day, council still makes decisions and can direct staff to do anything that they see fit with those funds. So all funds in those would be tax-funded capital reserves, which would be at the discretion of council. So segregating them, while it makes it transparent when the funds go in, council still has full control at any time to spend those funds on whatever they want. There is no legislative requirement that they be spent on anything within those funds. So in terms of the reserve funds, it's really about the budgeting and the budgets that are approved, the projects that are approved, the direction about how those projects are funded, where those funds come from, that ensures that council's intentions to deliver service are aligned with the funds and how they were collected. So to me, the budget piece more drives the actual outcome of those funds. This does help with transparency in terms of priorities of council. So when we're saying we want to make fire a priority or facilities or parks or transportation, it helps give council's intentions in terms of priority. The last part, I've always had a policy like that previously where I worked, where any projects or budget or any projects that go over by a certain amount have internal authority, then they go to a CLT authority or a executive team where I was from before to approve, and then they ultimately end up council if they're over a certain threshold. So that policy, I have talked to the mayor, I totally support introduction of that policy. I think it's best practice. That's how we ensure that projects don't go over without any oversight. In terms of the reserves, I think there's a lot of things that we can do beyond this. I think it is a step that helps with some transparency. But to your question about guide rails, there's an education piece, there's an information piece, there's a transparency piece that we as an organization need to provide to the council and public that provides that guide rail, because it's in the public sphere, it's being scrutinized, and I think that's really where you're going to see a difference through the policy that was brought in and other policies that are going to come forward, is the transparency is going to provide the guide rails, because people are going to understand what's happening behind the curtain, so to speak, from a Wizard of Oz, and you know who's pulling the strings. They're going to see that because that's going to be transparent. So I think this is one piece of that. I think there's a lot of other things that we can do. I don't think they can be necessarily implemented in a policy here tonight, but I think other things will be brought forward.
Other questions? I guess I have a follow-up question, if I'm allowed. What is the biggest difference from what the policies you introduced in September? What do you see at disparity with this, and that in your mind are misaligned?
The intention when the policies were brought forward is that as council develops a funding strategy for infrastructure, they look at it in terms of where those funds are coming from. And so it's tied to water, wastewater, or tax. And so those are the sources of funding, and that's where the reserves address them. Each of those then reserves would have an allocation. So if tax is shared between fire, roads, facilities, parks, corporate services, development, anybody else, then that would be a methodology that we would develop that would say, of those funds, 20% go here, 30% go there. This is how we manage our asset management. So there's still a requirement and a need. To me, because the level from year to year may shift, it's a 10-year need, so it gets a little bit more complicated in terms of the accounting when we do it this way, because one year I might give 20% to parks, next year they get 10, then they get 15, then they get 20, but overall they get 18% on average. That's the flexibility of having one tax reserve. This, I have to move different money in each year to accommodate the different projects that are approved each year.
Any other follow-up questions? Yes, Councillor Wilkinson.
Through the chair to the mayor, you did make mention that it was aligning with best practices that you had uncovered. Can you expand on that at all? Was it through your peers, or what did it happen to be?
Yeah, so this is coming out from, frankly, I had some of my colleagues reach out to me. Oxford County is where a lot of this came from, and what their practices are there. I do recognize they're an upper tier, but it was coming from there, as well as there are some other municipalities across Ontario in consulting with colleagues that have a similar process. So that is where I collected my information, really frankly got my wording from.
Are we ready for the question? All those in favor? I would declare that unanimous. You have your job back.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair Cressman. Very well done. Now I will ask, are there any members of council who have additional motions this evening or direction to staff that they'd like to raise at this time? Councillor Dunstall.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Candace, can you put that up? Candace, oh wow, that's a lot. And there's a lot of words here, so I'm going to give a summary. As we face significant financial challenges, we can't just keep cutting. It's crucial that we develop a multi-year strategic plan for the future. A key component of this plan involves assessing our building and land assets, which represent millions of dollars. We must explore opportunities to leverage underutilized assets, whether through generating income or, where appropriate, considering their sale. Of course, any decisions involving liquidation of assets will be made with the full engagement of our constituents, particularly those directly impacted. This budget is a step forward to a sustainable future, aligning our resources with the community's long-term needs. I'm not sure if we need to read all that. I'm asking Director Catania to do a complete analysis on all of our buildings, our properties, to see what's used, what's not used. Is there an opportunity for third-party tenant evaluation? Or do we have any daycares that are looking for someplace to set up? A declaration of surplus assets, third-party real estate market analysis, community engagement on decision-making, and the rest is there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dunstall. Perhaps just to indulge me, I thought I had good eyesight and I really don't. Could we maybe take a quick recess because councillors have not seen this?
Absolutely, absolutely. And I would start reading it, but it's too much. So yeah, no, absolutely.
So is there a mover and a seconder to recess for 5 minutes? Moved by Councillor Sadhu, seconded by Councillor Dunstall. All those in favour? And that carries. And we will come back in 5 minutes once we've read this.
motion to reconvene. Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Cressman. All those in favour, that carries unanimously. So now we are going back to Councillor Dunstall's motion. Councillor Dunstall, did you have additional comments?
Yeah, actually, I'm willing to defer this to the 27th because Council has not had an opportunity to really review it and perhaps add to it. So.
Okay. Very good. So we've had that moved and seconded to defer to the 27th. All those in favor? That carries unanimously. Are there any other motions or direction to staff or questions that we want to see back on the 27th? I will say that with the caveat, on the 27th, the intent and hope is that we get the additional information that's been requested to then be able to have our final operating number. We will potentially be able to finish capital pending staff coming back with what our direction is on the 27th of capital, but giving a funding envelope based off of the 10-year capital that we received back. So I guess, is there anything else that you feel that you need at this point in time through council direction to staff? I will turn it over to...
I just have one quick question.
Yes.
On the 10-year capital that we provided yesterday, is that sufficient to meet your motion, or are you looking for something different?
So I am looking a little bit more for the year over year for the first, I guess, 3 years, like where the spend is happening on each, but I can follow up in an email to clarify.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
If it's just sorting and organizing, that's, yes, as long as you're, okay, that's fine.
Councillor Martin.
Could we confirm the starting time on the 27th? There's been 2 times based on whether we're going to talk about budget or so.
I will look to the clerk.
Through you, Mayor Salonen, there's 2 meetings scheduled for that evening. There's a special council meeting to discuss the 2025 budget, and then there's a regular council meeting to begin at 7 p.m. To handle our day-to-day business.
So the first part of what you said, is that 5 o'clock or what part is that?
Yes, at this time it's scheduled for 5 p.m.
Councillor Cressman.
Just to verify, is that enough time given what happened tonight, or, excuse me, should we be considering 4, or is that too?
That would really be the decision of council. So is it, I'll have the clerk clarify as well.
There also is the option to basically adjourn the special council meeting in a recess at 7 p.m., deal with the matters at hand for the regular council meeting, and then reconvene in special after if we need to continue.
I guess, does anybody feel that it needs to be before 5 o'clock and they would like to see that? All right, well, that would be a hindsight. But okay, so at this point it is 5 o'clock is when it is scheduled for the 27th. I don't see any other motions or direction to staff or comments at this point in time. Although they were on the list, our fees and charges and water and sanitary fees and charges bylaws will be moved to the 27th as well, because those were a part of the motion that we referred. And I have no announcements this evening, so the confirmatory bylaw, I'd be looking for a mover. Moved by Councillor Cressman, seconded by Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favour? That carries unanimously. Before we adjourn, I just want to say thank you very much to all of our staff who are continuing to do all of the budget work and bring forward all of our questions. It's really appreciated. All the effort, both of those around the horseshoe and those doing the work behind the scenes as well. So thank you everyone for that. And thank you, Council, for today. I think although we didn't get an approved budget, we're definitely getting somewhere, and I appreciate that this is our 3rd budget that's a 3rd process and a 3rd CFO, so thank you for bearing with us along the way.
And now I will ask to adjourn. May I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Dunstall, seconded by Councillor Martin. All those in favor? And that carries unanimously. Have a good night.